Get back. We will start it.
Oh, what the fuck?
Okay.
This guy. He was too enamored by the horses.
I will go as well. Hold on.
Well, everyone's leaving now. I took off the horses. No one wants to be here anymore.
Apparently,
Yeah, you should have
everyone
kept it
loves
on.
those horses.
I got it! It's mine!
I'm so tired of these horses. Not these in particular. These are fun because I have no idea what's going on this week, so I'm in constant like what the fuck's going on mode. Oh, this one's dressed as an angel, and the horse is dressed as a fucking demon.
And you're not streaming it anymore.
Here, I'm gonna send you. I send you a screenshot. Oh my god, there's more coming out.
More horses?
Yeah. They came in late.
You're a fucking angel and devil. He's a little devil.
I've returned.
Now it's gone.
That's fine. I assume they stepped away for just a second.
Yeah.
Ew. Stinky.
Alright, well, we'll give Mal just a second to get back. You still with us, Hal?
Yeah.
Saw your connection spike for a second.
Well, somehow I'm still here.
Well, we will take it. We will take what we can get.
I was just to point out and spiked when I stopped shooting the horses, so it was 100% the horses.
It was absolutely
It
the
was
horses.
the horses.
If Hal's connection gets any worse, I'll start streaming the horses again. And I'll see if it gets better.
The horses
My
give
internet
Hal
likes
power.
the costumes.
It's like no internet for you. Oh wait, but horses.
Ooh.
Horsies?
Also, if you guys wanna show you something pretty neat that I added, something small, but Lux shared it with me, so you can give Lux credit. I'm gonna pull some tokens up here for a second. Oh my god, Beau is still
Wait,
bright.
I'm coming. Wait.
Look
Beau,
at
stop
me,
being
I'm
shiny.
Yeah, whoops, I need to fix your token.
Is this the thing he was showing off last night?
Probably. So now we have it to where when we do initiative, it'll now show up like this. Should be able to see it, hopefully.
Yeah, the top left for me.
Yeah. It showed up for anybody else? No?
What the
Wait,
fuck?
What
What is
this?
that? Hold on.
Oh,
What
that
the fuck?
carousel. Click to toggle visibility. Ooh! Yes.
Okay, yeah, so toggle it if you need to. But yeah, it's like a little initiative tracker.
Oh, you
Little
can
bit.
roll from it too.
Yeah, you can
And
roll
you can
from
see
it.
people's health. Oh, that's cool.
So,
You can
yeah.
see your own. I can't see anybody else's.
Oh, yeah, I can't see no else.
It's a bit cleaner, kind of helps keep track of stuff. And then whenever combat, or, well, I could begin combat and it should throw them up there. But then in combat, it takes you back out of it, so. Wait, did that next step module pop up? That should not be active right now. Uh-oh, it's a different one. I'll have to fix that another time. But oh my gosh, dude. Lux made me jealous. Lux's Foundry is so pretty, actually. He's got it so fancy and made up, and I was like, you gotta show me.
Did he show you? Did he show you all of the animated attacks and everything?
Yes, he did. He showed me a good chunk of them, and they look amazing.
That took forever because he asked me if I could hop into his Foundry to help test it and get everything set up. It took so fucking long.
I know. I think that one's also a paid one too, so I probably won't be able to nab that one. But it did look fucking fantastic. Like the example he gave me was what is it? The entanglement or whatever.
Oh, he didn't show you Meteor or whatever the fuck it's called?
No, he didn't.
That one's fun.
But yeah, he showed me entanglement, and like it showed the like area of like vines and moving around. And then the cool part was like whoever like got hit by it would make them. It would ask for a save, make them roll it, and then if they failed it, their token would have like vines wrap around it and stuff. It was super cool.
I'm back.
It does
Welcome
sound
back.
Welcome back.
All right. Sounds like we're all here. Sounds like hopefully we'll be good. So, let me get my stuff ready. Grab one more thing.
You're grabbing the Vecna.
Yeah. Grabbing the vet in the stack plot or stat block so I can murder you guys. All right. So, does anybody want to take a stab at recapping the last session?
Hell,
Why me? Why?
because you made us late.
But see, I look
Wow.
at it this way. I don't want help to use up their internet.
Okay, but if they do, you just pull up the pony. It's easy.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean?
Don't say uh-oh.
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Oh, okay. Had a heart,
Quick,
a heart
quick!
attack.
Horses! Horses!
Okay. Are they still walking around in circles?
Yeah.
Oh god, it was a while ago from last session.
was a pretty
Okay,
hot
we
second,
decided to try and go to Shadowfell, and then we went to this one village where everyone was like naked, I think, and we met this one girl who was like a real like Debbie Downer. I don't even remember what was her name.
Oh yeah, she hated us.
Yeah, and then we like I think just annoyed her until she eventually transported us to Shadowfell. And I don't think we actually have a way out. I
She's
think
like,
she transported us without any other way out. I think I'm missing a lot of details is the thing.
I got an outfit, and you guys made sure that I did not go with the fucking outfit lady. I remember that bit very vividly.
She worshipped a god, I think, of fertility?
Yeah.
That was
No.
the main town. This lady, she worshipped Lolth.
oh
Right.
yeah.
Oh my,
She wants
oh
us
my
to
god, that
steal
one's
from
a
Lowell.
chicken. A chicken and an egg.
She does want you to steal from
Oh,
Lolth. Also, I'd like to find out how's the connection went back down. The horses or
No.
something.
It's the horses,
that's
dude.
so crazy.
They're- Keep your eyes on the horse. But yeah, so basically, you guys, I don't think you did a whole lot of action last time. It was kind of more of just figuring out what you guys were going to do
Mm-hmm.
for the most
Mhm.
part. I know you brought Shao back, you brought Eris back.
We put my family in a bag of holding.
Yeah, and you jumped over.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and you're basically looking for a solution to help them, on top of also um, just figuring out more about your guys' abilities, your aura, and all that stuff.
And that's why we're here.
Mhm. And basically, through a mix of just trying to figure out what is going on and what to do, through stroke of luck, mentioning the most applicable elemental in this situation. Um, it turned out that of all the people to be familiar with it is actually Uza, the place that the intelligence elemental, or better known as Kirkadule, she resided in the Scarlet Mountain in the Obsidian Athenaeum. Both names that Uza has heard of, and turns out is a place that resides in his home plane, the Shadowfell. So after doing a little bit of traveling and deciding this is where you were going to head, you did meet the lady. I also forgot her name because it was a while ago. But after a little bit of begrudging back and forth, she agreed to send you on the condition that you pay for the spell and that you also retrieve an amulet that she wants. And basically, plane shifted you guys as you guys are now on the Shadowfell, starting the 7th chapter of this campaign. With that being said, though, as usual, I do have a little bit of a cutscene for you guys. Oh, I gotta remember my buttons because it's been a second. All right, so basically, the scene that you guys see is one of a very lush and thick kind of wildlife. Um, Basically, it is kind of like heavy, dense forest as far as the eye can see, with kind of hills and mountains kind of stretching in the distance. You can see all sorts of wildlife, birds, squirrel, rabbit, deer, panthers, uh, just pretty much any animal you can think of that would show up in the jungle. And as far as you can tell, there doesn't seem to be any sign of civilization or anything. It just appears to be all thick wildlife, forests, so on and so forth. A special plane, one of the different planes, one that doesn't get visited too often, but one that is known as the Beastlands. Essentially just a plane of kind of neutral territory. Basically, one that just focuses on the laws of nature and just nature itself. Um, and as the um, as the animals, kind of graze and mind their business, you can see there's like this kind of pulse in the sky. It's kind of like blackened streaks that seem to kind of streak across the sky and kind of almost branch off and kind of have almost like this kind of veiny tree-like pattern, just very quickly streaks across the sky. And there's kind of like this weird reverberation. Um, it's kind of like warbling sound, and you can see it draws the attention of a couple of the animals, but they don't seem to mind too much, kind of looking up and then kind of going back to what they're doing before eventually you can see the sky itself kind of like um, seems to kind of like vibrate or kind of shift in this very strange sense until eventually the clouds part and the sky just seems to disappear as there is quite literally just land that seems to kind of seep through. It almost looks like kind of like the ground that these animals are standing on. It looks exactly like that, but as if it was just falling out of the sky now. It just seems to appear and kind of break away from the clouds. And you can see it rouses like the wildlife. Birds kind of scamper off and kind of fly off, and the deer kind of jump away until eventually you see the point to where this land basically kind of um, comes down and seems to connect and makes kind of like this just kind of catastrophic damage. It's almost as if like two worlds just collide into each other. To put in perspective, I think like how the damage a meteor can do. This is like a meteor, but like times 10,000. Quite literally, two planets more or less just kind of colliding into each other, kind of this resounding, just kind of explodes outwards and causes unimaginable damage as the scene you see before you is effectively something is now starting to happen with the astral sea. Parts of it are starting to deteriorate and break away. Basically, you guys watched two planes collapse onto each other. All right. That being said, I'll pull it back to you guys. Hal, are you still here with us? Are you good?
A little, yeah. I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Just let me know if you have any trouble popping up. We will try to stick through with it. Everyone else is good, right?
Yes.
If I muted myself, that would help.
Okay, double checking. All right, so with that being said, yes, Hal is pretty much correct. Yeah, essentially the glue that keeps the plane together is went away, and now planes are starting to collide with each other. Not good, but that being said, you guys are in the Shadowfell. Just to kind of rewind it just a bit. You guys appear here. Basically, even to you, Uza, despite how long you lived here, it's basically the same as the material plane. It's a massive plane with all sorts of things in it. You don't know exactly where you are, though. You could probably spend some time learning where you are specifically, if you had enough time to kind of look around. Thankfully, although it is extremely dark here, so I think Amira, you have 60 feet of dark vision, right?
Yep.
It is effectively 30 feet now. So 15 feet bright and 15 feet dim. And I think Beau Beau has glasses for it, so it'd be the same for you, Beau. Half as effective for your vision. And then Eris, you're just kind of up a creek.
I'm just blind.
Now I would say you're not completely blind. Thankfully, you are kind of in a part of the cycle where it is daytime. So basically, right now, what you guys can see is it is kind of like a heavy overcast, very, very cloudy. And of course, you're very familiar with this. This is basically how it always is during the daytime. It's just super cloudy, super thick, condensed, kind of like gray and black clouds. So basically, right now, Eris, I'll say you can see, but to kind of give you an idea, it's like dim light on the brink of darkness. So there's not a lot to work with. Basically, kind of like in this image here, you can kind of see, if you were to like look off in the distance, you can kind of see like faint outlines of mountains and trees and forests and whatnot, very, very dimly. Um, but there's like some sections where if you're behind something, a shadow is being cast or whatnot, it is definitely very, very difficult for you to see in that case, Eris, if you're being kind of overshadowed by something. As you guys appear here, you notice immediately that it is kind of cold, actually. It's kind of a strange coolness that washes over you. And you realize also immediately that this place is devoid of life. A lot of the trees seem to be kind of rotted away. They look very dry, um, very, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of like bristly. There's no signs of any kind of living vegetation on them. and as well as the ground around you, it's either like hard stone or like an ashy kind of soil. It just seems to be kind of like dry and cool to the touch. A place that just seems to be very devoid of any signs of life, very dreary. And as you kind of as you all appear, I need everybody to roll me a charisma saving throw minus Uza.
Oh no.
Uza, you automatically succeed against this effect.
Wait, doing that. You're just gonna like whip out his arms, go home.
Okay. All right, so Beau, you're fine. Eris, you're fine. Emira, you do fail. Basically, as you guys kind of come in here and appear, it's similar to the material plane. There are a lot of similarities, at least in terms of like geography and kind of like size, which makes sense because the Shadowfell is essentially a mirror plane of the material plane. But kind of with all of this hitting you, you could feel this kind of like sinking, kind of dreading feeling. It's basically just like the sight of all this kind of devoid life kind of hits you all at once. And Beau and Eris, you guys are able to um, kind of snap yourselves out of it, kind of pull yourself up. But Amira, you kind of get hit with this like sinking feeling. It's almost just kind of like your motivation just kind of drops out of nowhere as this all kind of hits you. There's kind of this sense of almost like hopelessness that seems to just fill you, and it doesn't really do anything detrimental yet, but you're able to kind of lull yourself out of it. Amira, takes a little longer than the other two, but you're able to kind of pull yourself back together. This is definitely not a walk in the park. This is a plane probably unlike any of you guys have ever been. Of course, Uza, originating from here, is used to it.
I think people are now starting to realize why he's always smiling.
All right. With that being said, you guys find yourself kind of on the edge of a forest. You can see there is kind of a forest to kind of like far to your right. There's a few mountains that kind of like blot it out of the way, but you can see it in the extreme distance. You can see kind of like kind of similar in this picture that you guys can see. There are kind of like stalactites that are kind of almost form like kind of like these small mountains in a sense that just kind of seem to reach up towards the clouded sky. And then other than that, it just seems to be kind of like stretching, kind of jagged rocks and flat land before you guys. Like I said, despite being here for so long, Uza, you don't necessarily know where you are right now, but given some time, you could probably figure it out. All right. So with that information fresh in your minds, what is the plan, guys? What are you doing?
So do you have any idea where we are?
Nope.
What? Don't you live here?
Well, not right here. That's kind of rude, isn't it?
I mean, how big is Shadowfell?
Yes.
Pretty big.
How big's the material plane? Ooh.
That's a good point.
Kinda got you there, Eris.
With that being said, I would like to try to find out more or less where I am and which direction I need to go.
Okay.
Home. You know what I mean?
Yep. So, yeah, if you want to, Uza, go ahead. You can either roll me an investigation or a history.
Whoopsie Rose. Let's go. Let's go with history. Because it just feels it's more fitting.
Of course.
Uza does not pay attention. I think that's very on par with Uza. Let's be honest here.
So one thing I will give you is it's definitely not a place you're familiar with. To your surprise, you actually seem to be somewhere that is new to you. But granted, it's kind of like it's basically the equivalent of, if I were to take real life and just plonk you guys in the middle of like a farm field, like in the middle of nowhere, that's basically where you're at right now, because you're nowhere of importance. So basically just look around and you're kind of just like, I don't know where the fuck I am at all.
Is there any sort of path or anything that we can see?
Nope, not from here.
Oh, great.
Alright. Uza's gonna do his thing to find out where he is. He's gonna walk up to a random tree, take off a branch, put it on the floor, and wherever it fucking lands when it falls, he's gonna walk that way.
Okay. I'll say, with your failure, though, the only information that I will give you is you get because your town that you're from, Uza, is more in the northern part. It's like far north. You get a feeling you're probably more south, if anything, and more unfamiliar territory. That's the best you get.
He's still gonna do that, and then if he's gonna go north in that direction.
Okay, so Uza just starts marching north.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, following suit.
Wait, someone grab Eris. I'll grab Eris.
Wait, can
Eris
Beau
can
see?
still see.
Oh, wait, Beau has glasses, right? I forgot about that.
Yeah. And like, just in case you didn't catch it, Beau, your dark vision is half as effective.
Yeah, it's 30 feet, but that's like
Yeah.
normal.
So, it's 30 feet now, right? With half?
Yeah.
Okay,
It was
yeah.
60 before.
Yeah. So basically, just like Amira and Veil, it'll be 15 basically of like the normal dark vision, so bright, and then 15 of dim. And that's like in your immediate vicinity. The rest of you guys, it's very similar to like Eris is saying. Granted, it is dim, so there technically is light. It's just not very good light. And it's kind of the case of like, it's almost like just enough to kind of show like the outlines and silhouettes of things. Anything else would probably take like some actual like work, like pretty much like Eris, if you're like looking like in the distance or even like nearby, if you're trying to like see details, like you have to really squint or like kind of like figure out like really, really focus to like make out finite details. It is pretty difficult to see, and it does not. Oh, yeah.
Sorry. I'll at least offer to like guide Eris. Because
Okay.
I know she can sort of see, but I mean,
Yeah,
outlines is not very helpful.
Yeah.
Would it be smart to cast light on my hammer, or would that be a really dumb idea?
If you want to make us a beacon from 30 miles away, probably.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
Are you asking Uza or you're just asking the party?
I'm asking the party.
Okay. He keeps walking.
I mean,
right now he's trying to find his way home, so he's not really paying attention unless someone fucking like actually calls out to him. I'm being honest. And so like it's to the point where like Uzi's just glad to be home. So like depending on how long we're walking north, and he still hasn't like seen anything like that he recognizes or a path, like you're gonna see him take off his glasses for the first time, like hanging him on his shirt.
Oh dang.
we're not glasses buddies anymore.
I mean,
Also, if anyone looks at Uza's face, I think this is the first time you're ever gonna see his eyes. Because he's never taken off those glasses. Like even to sleep.
I can't see, so it's
All right. So, I'd say Amira and Beau, it is similar for you guys, despite having dark vision. For the stuff that's like 30 feet and closer, It's easy to make out. You could see pretty much for the most part. In similar dark vision fashion, everything is just grayscale for you, but this whole plane is kind of grayscale, so it doesn't change much.
So we
But-
see exactly what we're supposed to see.
Pretty much, yeah. You're seeing nothing different. But beyond that 30 feet, it's very similar to Eris. Basically, you can make out like the silhouette of things in this kind of like dim light. But if you really want to try and pick something out, even if it's a creature or like details or anything, like you really, really have to focus. Like it's hard to see. And like I said, Uza is pretty much the only one that isn't affected by this, just because he's a Shade Arc guy. All right, so you march north. As you're marching on, everyone at this point, roll me a perception check.
This is kind of like a hearing perception check.
It is sight based.
Oh.
Well, it's a little bit of both. So go ahead and just roll me a perception.
Ah. That's about right.
Hey, look at Beau.
Beau apparently sees for days.
I can't.
How? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. How? Look at the ponies. There's still ponies on screen.
I can't.
Look at the horses.
Oh, the
Look at the horses.
The horses are gone. The horses aren't on screen.
Just pretend there's horses.
Nay.
Oh my god. I got a nat 20, but I can't hear what I see.
All right, moving forward. Uzo, you don't pick too much more out. Actually, it might be more of a sense of like, it's not that you don't see it, Uzo. It's just that you're at home now, and some things that might be alarming to the party members is not as alarming to you. So you're kind of just taking it in stride. Amira, you pick it out. Eris, not so much. You're having a hard time, mostly because you're pretty much the only one here without dark vision. So you're like kind of watching yourself. Like there's a couple of times where you're like tripping up on like unseen like roots and rocks that just kind of catch you off guard, causing you to stumble as you walk forward. Amira and Beau, you do make out how kind of looking around, you can hear kind of like the soft wind kind of blowing through. And again, it's got this like eerie chill to it. And every now and then you hear what appears to be kind of like wind under wings, things that seem to be flying. And it's enough to kind of send a bit of alarm and maybe even a couple of goosebumps go over your skin because it quickly makes you realize that you're not actually alone in the immediate vicinity. It's not just you guys. This whole plane is crawling with creatures. However, just merely hearing them and looking around, you begin to realize how actually difficult it is to see in this place. As you kind of look in the directions that you hear these sounds, you can hear like flapping and like kind of heavy, kind of like bigger creatures that seem to kind of fly through the sky and kind of walk along the ground. But despite looking that direction, you can't make out anything. So it kind of begins to put you in alarm. With Beau's natural 20, and since he said he'd pointed out, you do get to see kind of in the distance what you had originally thought was like structures of land, maybe even like mountains or whatnot. It seems to be quite literally this like moving mass. There are creatures in the distance that are nearly the size of some of these stalactites that you can see that seem to tower up easily, like 60 feet and higher. There are creatures that are nearly the same size, if not the same size. These massive, like, shadow blobs that seem to kind of just move along. Just kind of further signifying the dangers that could potentially be down here. And like I said, Uza, you know them, you've seen them. Hell, you may you may even have dealt with a couple at some point, but it's kind of more of the case you don't see it. It's kind of like you see it and you're like, oh yeah, it's normal.
Same shit, different day.
Pretty much. All right. You guys march, taking a good couple of hours as you traverse across this kind of flat and jagged plain. You eventually start hitting the point where you kind of come up to this big rocky map. Block your way. It's not necessarily like a I guess it could be comparable to a mountain. Yeah, you basically come up to the bottom of a kind of rocky mountain. So kind of stuck either going right.
Is Ace dying for anyone else?
Yes.
He is.
Uh-oh. Is my internet dying too?
Oh my gosh.
It was Ace's fault this entire time, not Hal.
Oh
my
my
end.
goodness.
Maybe it is on my end. Maybe it's on my end.
Hal is still cutting in and out as well, but I think that's Hal's fault.
Uh-oh. Am I still dying?
I hear you now.
I can hear you.
You sound
Okay.
good now.
It must have been a weird hiccup. But anyway, like I was saying, granted you can still hear me. Basically, you guys come up to the base of this like big rocky mountain. It's kind of, you do notice it appears to kind of come out as a somewhat of a plateau. But it is big enough that it kind of blocks your path, so you're kind of stuck going either right or left.
I'm doing my
I'm-
stick method.
I'm just gonna follow Uza.
Do stick method. Go ahead. You know what? It was only do 100 for the sake of it. Okay. Throw your stick up. Lands. Point. It's pointing right.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
Okay. Is this house going right?
All right, guess we're following.
So technically, this would put you guys going east.
I don't know where I am out of it, so as long as it's northeast. Okay.
Does he say that out loud?
Huh?
Does he say I don't know where I am out loud?
I mean, when he throws it up in the air, he probably goes like, I guess okay, this is the right way. He picks up his stick again and starts walking.
I don't think he's just hiding it. It's pretty clear he doesn't know where he is.
You asked before. He wasn't hiding that he doesn't know where he is.
I just thought maybe you knew what you were doing.
It's worked for me before.
It has?
Some
Yeah.
Do you have it?
Oh no.
Anyway. Oh no. Can no one hear me?
Do you have any way
I-
to, is what I heard.
To
Yeah, I heard-
contact anyone that you know.
That I know?
Well, you know people down here, right? You said that you had family. If you have a way of contacting them.
When we get there.
Oh well.
I mean, I could contact someone right now, but they won't be of much help.
Who can you contact?
He's gonna pull out Snappy.
Right. I mean.
Also, Uza never told you guys this, so this is the first time you're probably gonna see me just talking to my sword randomly.
Wait, really?
I've never mentioned it before.
I think we've seen you talking with your sword, though.
Maybe.
I think we all probably thought you were crazy.
Actually, wait, no, that's a good idea. Because Snappy said he's been in the Shadowfell before.
Right? just
Yeah,
talk with your sword.
I'm tapping on the.
talking to a sword.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell. Yeah, Ace. I'm gonna talk to Snappy and just be like, hey, just randomly ask him. And just see if he has any sort of information, because maybe he's been in the South.
What are you asking him?
I'm gonna ask him if he's ever been in like a more southern part of Shadowfell.
He has not. No. The place he's most familiar with is the city in the middle, the Shadow City of Drita.
Okay.
That's been
So
that's his kind of forte.
you're so everyone's gonna, if you can't see him, you're gonna hear him go, well, shit. All right, thanks, Snappy. I'll talk to you later. I just put a sword away. I just start walking.
Okay.
So
Is he talking to a sword?
I don't know. He's also throwing sticks in the air and using that as forms of direction.
My bad, you're right.
I'm just gonna
I
trust
don't-
in the madness.
I don't. Well, I mean, it's better than
You're
us
a
just
bold
walking
woman.
around. We don't know where we're going either. It's
But yeah, what if you said we're going right around this one? Yeah, the moment we could start going north again, I'm gonna start going north, like straight north.
Okay.
And I'm still gonna be looking out for like some sort of a pathway or this town 10 miles this way, if that fucking exists.
So yeah, I will say after a couple more hours of travel, or about maybe roughly like an hour more so would be more accurate. Basically, you're really not getting any closer to the getting around this mountain, and you start to kind of find yourself being kind of wedged between the mountain and some stalactites. Um, but eventually, you guys can make out, being very dimly lit in the distance, what seems to be the makes of a town. It seems to be a rather kind of small and shoddy village for the most part. And as far as you could tell, at least, it doesn't look very well maintained. You're not even sure if it's inhabited right now. It just looks, from this distance, it looks like it has been worn and torn down over time. But kind of pushing forward, um, getting yourself closer and closer, you start hitting the point where it is starting to get technically like sunset. And this is where it starts to get a little bit more difficult, even for you, Eris, or especially for you, Eris, as it starts to, you watch the dim light slowly starting to get darker and darker, as you eventually are finding yourself kind of blinded now, um, as it starts to dim down even more. Um, but you guys manage to kind of make it to just the outskirts um, of this town, and you can see as you're kind of approaching up, um, you actually notice that it appears to have it is still run down and kind of broken, like you would expect an abandoned village to be. However, there is occupancy here, and on top of that, there's not a lot of activity, but just a bit. You also notice that the place is kind of lighted up, and it seems to be a very special kind of light. You notice that it wasn't anything that seemed to pierce the darkness that you could see from afar. You notice this place has a bunch of torches that kind of reside on the houses, kind of like near the doors and whatnot. Um, but it appears to be this kind of very mesmerizing, like a deep kind of blue, maybe even slightly purple flame that seems to come off of the torch. And again, you notice that it appears to emanate kind of like this kind of like shady blue light. Um, and for the most part, you also notice that it doesn't seem to be noticeable from the distance. You honestly didn't notice the light until pretty much you got to the town. As you come up, you can see the very, very few people that are there. They all appear to be drow that are kind of going back and forth about their business, and it appears to be kind of more like a just kind of a ragged town. Nobody here looks happy or even like all that wealthy. I mean, they're basically wearing like tatters for clothing, and yeah, basically no one here seems to be have any kind of energy. It's kind of more of a they're doing what they need to do to survive kind of situation.
Now that we're in a town, does this look familiar at all, Uza?
Ace.
It does not, Uza.
Okay, Uza's gonna walk up to the nearest drow and just ask where they are.
Okay. Come up and ask. They seem to give you it's kind of hard look, but after a moment they let you know that you're in Din. D-I-N. Or sorry, D-I-N.
Okay. Has Uza heard of the Dame Din before?
Not particularly, no. It's more of a it's kind of like a smaller just village, kind of unimportant to most anything else. You know plenty of places that are like this, Uza. Um, you've seen plenty, but they all have different names. And from what you've experienced in the past, they don't really bear any kind of like real significant value, I guess. Um, it's literally just a case of like these people are quite literally just surviving. That's it.
I'm gonna ask if he knows of Onalbar.
He has he has heard of it, yeah, but it is very far north, or kind of northwest, in comparison to this place.
One last thing, and I'll get out of your hair. Is there any empty places here? Like an empty house or something?
Go ahead, roll me a persuasion at advantage because you're a shader, okay?
Choo choo.
Didn't even need it. He kind of looks to you and then kind of looks back at the rest of the party and basically just are basically pretty much if you guys are the deal that he makes with you is don't as long as you guys ain't consuming any of their resources and don't cause any trouble, then sure.
Yeah, that's no problem. We have our own stuff, and I know how it works here. Don't worry. Just can you point out which one isn't taken?
Yeah, he basically takes a little bit of time to kind of guide you across the town. There is essentially a barn that you guys can use.
Dope.
And
Yeah.
pretty much like the rest of the town, it's it's run down, it's jaggedy, there's holes in it, but it's shelter at least.
Cool. Before he leaves, I'm gonna give him my bottle of wine. You
Okay.
could either sell it or drink it or whatever.
Okay. He seems appreciative of it. His kind of like hard demeanor lightens just a little bit, but still just kind of, um, you know, he's not very kind. He really doesn't thank you or anything, and just kind of seems to walk off, which again, very normal. Uza. A lot of people down here are not nice at all.
Yeah.
And honestly, you can't blame him because you've seen it. I think you've even experienced it before. Like, it's hard living down here. So
Mhm.
you can definitely have a bit of empathy for him as he just kind of takes it and walks off. You can definitely tell he doesn't seem to have any interest in drinking it. He's probably going to sell it.
I assume so. And he's gonna turn to the party. That's like, all right, we're hunkering down here for the night.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah. Also, I know we're in town. How far is this barn from like the outskirts of this village?
Um,
Well, like, is it like right near the edge of the outskirts, or like?
yeah, I would say there's like not a terribly large amount of distance. I'd say you're probably like 250 feet away from the town. So it's not like you are far enough that, you know, you would be away from the town, but definitely far enough that you're kind of just out of the way of everybody.
All right, cool. Once Uzi's gonna start fucking setting up a place to sleep, and then he's just gonna meditate. It's Uzi's sleep, you know what I mean? He's gonna tell everybody, if you're gonna stay up, don't be loud. Okay, night, and he's gonna.
Okay.
How helpful.
The sooner we can get out of this
Is it
place, the
safe
better.
to just sleep here?
It's gonna be safer than out in the with a roof.
I guess that's
Is there
fair.
stuff to block the door with, Ace?
Well, we have the barricade stuff.
Yeah, you technically probably have some barricades placed. There is not a whole lot in here. The stuff that is in here, because there are like boxes and barrels and whatnot. Um, however, that is they're very weak. They're very run down. They've been here a long time. You could put them there, but chances are, like even you wouldn't have difficulty getting through these kind of crates or mirror. Like you could probably like kick them and they just fall apart.
Also, Uzi's gonna raise his head real quick and just be like, and please, no lights.
I
And he's gonna put his head back down.
don't
Okay.
think we were considering that as an option, so.
Are the barricades, like, putting up the barricades loud? Because you would think, like, hammer and nails or whatever.
Yeah, they can be noisy.
Alright,
You guys know
just take
what
turns in?
bees are, right? Uzi's actually is genuinely asking if you guys know what bees are.
Yes?
Like the bumblebees? Like
Yeah,
the ones that
yeah.
sting?
So you know how you don't fuck with them, they don't fuck with you.
Yes.
Just think of it that way.
Okay.
There are absolutely some creatures that mostly, so basically, like the hulking shadows you saw in the distance, Isa.
Yeah.
Those are ones that are definitely like if you don't fuck with them, they're not gonna fuck with you. But there are definitely other creatures that basically, if you're kind of spotted out, especially during the nighttime, it's a little less worse. During the daytime, it still happens, just not as often. In the nighttime, there's absolutely creatures that will just attack unprovoked.
Wait,
Um,
yeah, Uza might know that, but Uza doesn't need the party being scared.
nah, it'll be fine. There are first thing that kind of comes to mind is there is a group of essentially what they are is it's kind of like a almost like a small like dragon-like creature, and these skeletons that ride around these like massive scythes, and basically they just patrol the nighttime, and basically their whole gimmick is they attack wandering adventurers, and what they can do is attacking them, they basically they pretty much like reap souls and memories from their bodies, and so basically um, they just kind of look for people to do that too, and they travel in groups for the most part. You and your people have basically given them the nicknames of whistlers because basically um, they kind of they always give off this very ominous kind of whistling sound when they fly through the air. So creatures like that, and there's plenty of other examples too, like shadow assassins and like the hulking shadows, um, all sorts of different kind of drow and shade archive like may even try to take advantage of, especially of newcomers.
Oh yeah, I
Um,
know.
so there's just all sorts of things.
Yeah, the Uza's definitely doing his whole meditation thing as soon as possible so he could keep watch.
Okay.
I mean, he's still gonna like keep an ear out, so he's gonna be like half meditating just because he knows what's up.
Yeah.
But like, yeah,
Absolutely.
he's a dick, but he's also not wanting to worry the party too much because he knows how fucking drastic of a difference is since he got fucking just shunted off of the material plane out of nowhere.
hmm Yeah. So kind of comparing because that was definitely a jarring experience for you. You can imagine it's probably the same for them.
Yeah.
All right. You all hunker down, make yourselves comfortable as you can. Again, despite using bedrolls and whatnot to kind of cover up, you still feel this kind of like odd chill inside. Um, that seems to hit you all, and it's like no matter how much you like cover up or like cover or like toss and turn around, it just always seems to be like not like cold, but just uncomfortably cool. No matter how you try. But as you all lay down, slowly but surely, kind of sleep the night away. Um, for the sake of it, um, as you toss and turn every now and then to give you guys an idea, as the darkness kind of hits, especially for you, Eris. Maybe a couple times where you find yourself kind of waking up due to these strange sounds. You actually, um, I would say it would kind of rouse all of you. It's not really immediate danger, but you could definitely hear how there appears to be like the sound of like a tree that just seems to kind of topple and kind of like hit. Kind of like, that like cracking kind of wood, that like straining wood sound. It's like that at first, and then finally you hear just kind of it breaks and just kind of hits. Um, as you could hear like this like heavy creature um, outside. You can hear like a strange kind of like warbling, kind of deep thrumming sound that is kind of equivalent to its breathing, um, as it seems to kind of traverse that side. This kind of stirs you guys awake. Um, Eris, you especially, like I said, with it being night now, you can't see a thing. It is pitch black, Eris. And like I said, even if you were to stick your hand like directly in front of your face, you cannot see. So you're effectively blind now. Everything that you are experiencing is just heard right now. Um, as thankfully for all of you, it doesn't seem to be interested in you guys. It just seems to be kind of traversing about. Eventually, after probably 45 minutes to an hour and a half. It seems to eventually just kind of keep going on. But kind of for Amira and Beau, essentially, your dark vision is all you have. It's 15 feet and 15 feet again. And then that, it is just black, pitch black. You guys can't even see out the front door right now, basically. But putting that worry behind you, you kind of lay back down, although difficult, find yourselves drifting back to sleep, getting your full rest. And as you wake up, finally the pitch blackness starts to seep away, finally revealing the kind of dim light in the distance starts to peek through the clouds again. Find yourself getting up. Go ahead. Everyone roll me another perception check.
Thanks.
What is going on?
EP.
Yeah, Beau slept horribly. You're kind of tired, but also just it's so dark. It's hard to see. You're not accustomed to this kind of setting. The material plane is definitely brighter in comparison. As stir yourself awake. Eris, kind of the same. I mean, you don't even have the advantage of having dark vision, so Eris, you kind of wake up and it's just like that kind of morning, just super dim light. Basically, anything in the distance is just silhouettes. It's hard to see. Um, and Uzaz, you just kind of doing your own thing, not really paying too much attention to the outdoors, as you are uh, accustomed to it all. You are very familiar, and you know that for the most part, buildings and towns are mostly safe. The only real danger here would have been pretty much the village folk, probably. They technically pose the most danger to you, like right now and during the night. Um, but waking up Amira
¿Qué pasa?
as the dim light starts to kind of seep through and start to kind of reveal more of the landscape again. Um, you can see what appears to be, it's very faint and honestly kind of hard to notice. You can't tell if it's repeating or if it was just you just happened to be lucky to see it, but there is this pulse that seems to go along the clouds. It's actually beneath, or I guess it would be above the clouds. It's kind of concealed by the clouds a bit, but there is like um, this kind of red pulse of energy that seems to go along the clouds and kind of goes into the distance before you lose sight of it. And like I said, basically, you're not sure if it's you can't see the other ones or if it was just a one and done deal or what's going on, but you can't make out anymore. It just seems to be that one that you just happen to catch and then nothing else.
Well, I'll be telling people about that in the morning.
It is morning.
Or it is morning.
Yeah.
I'm telling people.
Okay. So Amira informs you guys, kind of given this impression that something magically is happening at the Shadowfell right now.
Something what is
Is it
happening?
something I would have recognized?
Actually, no. For the time that you've lived here, you've never heard of anything like that, Uza. This is something new.
Huh.
Do you think that has something to do with the synopsis? Or is this normal?
Not normal. Not normal at all. We should go.
Wait,
Go.
Amira, you kind of saw what happened to the Fey Wilds with Synopsis, right? In like that dream-like state. Does that look familiar at all to that scenario?
Aww.
Similar.
Ace, do you remember it? Because I don't remember.
It is similar to that situation.
From party. Actually, a bit. Could mean Synopsis is moving on to this one.
That doesn't sound good.
Beau's just gonna
well,
look at
everyone's
Uza, see
up.
how he's reacting.
All right, everyone's up. So up and at 'em. Let's go. We don't want to overstay our welcome.
Yep.
Okay.
While everyone's getting ready, because I'm assuming people didn't sleep in their armor and shit. He's gonna run over to the village. Just go to the nearest one, just nearest villager, and ask them which way is the next village.
They let you know that it would technically be south. Basically, just follow the road downwards. Now that you've found a town, there's actually a road you can follow now. And I guess it would technically be Cathford down here. It's kind of like split into 3 different sections. And did I? I did. Okay, cool. It would take you most of the day to get down there if you're just walking.
We found a road. We need to go when we need to go. So better stay on the road.
It should be. You should be able to toggle to it. Oh yeah, I think most people did. You should be able to see the main map for the Shadowfell and should be able to get there yourself. If not, just let me know. So yeah, right now you guys are in Din, right down here.
Well,
You're in Din. It's basically your far east. What they're saying is that Uza's town, or the one that he mentioned, is northwest, so it's going to be in this direction. It's going to be far northwest, and you know that your town does not reside in Drita, Uza. So chances are it's up here somewhere, like in this area.
Yeah.
Northern section.
Yeah. Well, Uza still stands by what he says. Road is safer than no road. As little safety as it gives, it is still safer because we actually know where we're going.
That makes sense.
So yeah, I was gonna say just follow the roads west and up to northwest, like how best way we can. So if we gotta go south first, we gotta go south first.
I mean, I'm all for it. I have no idea where I'm going, so.
I am once again putting all of my trust in you.
I am once again asking you for financial compensation.
What?
No, but yeah, I think that's the plan. Just follow the roads.
Okay. So
start going this way.
Yeah, kind of follow along this river.
Yeah, because I'm assuming once I get to Drita, I know where I am.
Yeah. Once you get to Drita, you would be more familiar.
Yeah.
With just how popular that place is. My question is, are you going through Drita, or are you going around it?
It'll be safer for everyone if we go through Drita.
Okay. All right. So for the sake of it, just to speed this up a little bit, you guys pretty much spend a majority of the day getting down here into Cafford, kind of staying in this section at least, down here, and finding a place to rest up. You Nope.
Once we get to Cafford,
Mhm.
I'm gonna just because I forgot to do it, I'm gonna go up to just someone that looks slightly more quote unquote well off as best as they can
Mhm.
in these regions, and see if they have an extra blue lantern, and if they're willing to part for it for financial compensation.
Once again, asking for financial compensation.
So at least Eris has something during the day
Yeah,
while we're
for
walking.
sure. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll say for a gold piece, yeah, you can get one.
Cool. Good, Eris.
Basically, and
And
you're
I'm paying for
familiar.
it.
You're familiar with the Uza. It's essentially like a special oil that's made down here. It is specifically for providing light down here. Granted, it's not the brightest light, so when you get some for Eris and Eris, you kind of have like a little lantern filled with it. As you light it up, it basically takes like this near darkness dim light to basically just dim light around you and a torch area. You also notice that it doesn't seem to be affected by the encroaching darkness around you. It actually goes to kind of its full length. So it is a 40-foot radius, 20 bright and then 20 dim. Or well, I guess it would technically just be 40 dim, but it's better than nothing, and it does help you see. And just like you noticed with Din and even coming to this town, it does not seem to, it's not very noticeable in the distance. So hopefully it'll keep creatures at bay from noticing you guys.
Also, while we're walking down the roads, I'm gonna keep my ears out for the normal threats.
Mhm.
And if I hear anything that I recognize as a threat, I'm just gonna turn around and just fucking shut up that lantern once I can.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. So you make it to Cafford, no problem. Starting to walk along and make it towards Sard, which will take very similar to Cafford, about a day or most of the day. And you got a little bit of this winding path. Just for a little bit more of history and just stuff for you to be familiar with. Uh, Uza is technically, this is kind of a part of what most people call the Lost River. Basically, it's kind of like a passage for a lot of the people that technically lose their lives in the Shadowfell. Not so much for somebody, not for like the Shadar Kai or Drow, but for, um, you know, other people. So, like humans and dwarves and dragonborn that may find their ways traversing to this plane. And for the people that basically kind of, it's not really like a madness, it's more of a depression, this kind of seeping sadness and kind of just feeling of hopelessness that seems to kind of um, take over. And basically, when it gets bad enough, they essentially transform into these shadow creatures, and their soul is basically lost from their body. And that's where the Shadowfell gets probably, like, I would say, like 30% of its creatures. Um, and basically, the Lost River is a passageway for those souls. Um,
Mm-hmm.
The reason you know a good chunk about this is because the Shadar in general actually like to pluck souls from the river and kind of keep them as interesting memories for them. So they basically harvest memories from the souls that get lost in this river. So, little fun
Yeah, but the party
facts.
doesn't even know that.
Yeah. But just for more stuff for Uza to be aware of. As your guys are moving on down, roll me another perception check, everybody.
Oh boy, I can see a little bit better now, so hopefully this isn't terrible.
I'm
Somebody
home,
said-
damn it! Give me more than a 10.
um, see if I can find an appropriate thing for this. This will work. Okay, so essentially, as you are making your way down, how big are these guys?
Called reliable talent, Hal. That one automatically counts as a 10.
Give me just a second. I gotta look something up real quick. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah,
So,
while you do that, I was gonna say, as we're walking, whenever I feel a lull in the silence, Uza's just gonna crack a joke here and there.
okay.
Try to keep spirits up.
Eris will fake laugh at the jokes.
I have no idea what you said because you entirely cut out.
Uzo's making jokes. Just to,
He's gonna tell us some of his war stories that he thinks are funny, but it's just him beating the shit out of people.
Yeah,
So,
I just
yeah,
fake laugh like
it's basically Uzo's attempt of keeping spirits up.
Very mindful, very demure.
So let's see what we got. 14,
God,
10,
I love
11,
one.
21. Amira is gonna save you guys so much with her perception. Let's see.
The rogue.
Uza's not used to traveling with people down here, okay?
Yeah. So Uza, despite your knowledge of this place, don't notice it. Eris, you don't notice it either, because now that you're kind of getting more accustomed to the lamp, kind of just you kind of feel like it's useless to kind of look in the distance because again, it's very difficult. Like I said, mostly just silhouettes, so you're kind of keeping to up close stuff. Beau can't really make it out either. Just kind of keeping to yourself, kind of trying to take Uza's advice and kind of stay quiet and not reveal or try not to get caught by anything. Amira,
Hi, sir.
you can make out as you're walking along, you find yourself kind of sulking down and getting quieter. You do spot what appears to be a creature not too far from the path in the distance. You notice that in comparison, it's probably about the size, maybe even a little bit bigger than your average tree. It is this kind of long and lanky figure. You notice it appears to have kind of like tendons and that seem to be like connecting various parts of the body, but kind of like separates almost. Its body appears to have this kind of like inky black to it, and you can see bits of shadow that seems to kind of creep and kind of like sink off um, of its body. Um, and as you look over, you can see uh, its head kind of almost mimics that of like a cow skull. You can see kind of three blue kind of beady eyes. You can see it's kind of like two sets of horns that kind of poke out and kind of curl around. As it seems to be kind of traversing about. I haven't noticed you guys yet, but from the looks of it, you were the first one to notice. Eris, you're looking at one of these guys.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
gonna. All right, as Amira, I don't know what the fuck that is. As a player, Ace, fuck you. I'm gonna quickly like tap Uza on the shoulder and point it out.
I'm assuming
Okay.
Uza knows what this is.
Yes, you do. It is a night walker.
Yeah.
And they are very dangerous.
Yep.
Very, very dangerous.
I'm going to, as fast and quietly as possible, shut off that fucking light.
Okay. So Uza quickly shuts off your light. I'll say for the sake of it, since Amira pointed it out, you all kind of start to see it. This big, kind of just lanky and tall, standing. They vary in size, but basically anywhere from 15 to 20 foot tall. But yeah, you see that, as Amira points it out, as it appears to be. And honestly, the thing that's even a little bit more alarming is it seems to actively be searching. So it's looking for something. And so you turn off the light. Everyone go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
Dear, this is
Hey,
not gonna go well.
Bargains for sure. Just so
Don't I
hard
get
out because what the
disadvantage with
sound.
stealth because of my armor?
What's going on?
What armor are you wearing?
I'm wearing adamantine plate armor, I think.
Yes, it would be at disadvantage. Because it is heavy armor. Stealth check, Beau, if you can hear us.
Okay.
Why did you sleight of hand? What the fuck?
Bye, Eris.
I think I've only rolled 11s this whole time.
Eris, you are the weakest link. Goodbye.
You're gonna sacrifice me?
It's time we kill Eris again. Let's go.
And this time you ain't coming back.
All right, but other than Eris, it's pretty good checks all around. What's its passive?
Probably higher than 11.
Oh.
I'm gonna get soul
Oh.
taken. Goodbye, everyone.
That's a good idea. And necrotic is doubled here.
I'm gonna get one shot.
You have a feeling we all are.
That's what you get for not
Hurt.
having. That's what you get for not having con.
You should have taken off your armor.
All right.
If you live this, you're taking off your fucking armor.
You see, it's kind of traversing around, and like I said, it is actively looking around. It seems to be on the hunt, from what you can tell. It seems to kind of, take these long strides, and to your guys' horror, you actually watch as Uza turns off the lights. You get in kind of these sneaky positions. Amira, I mean, you do your thing. This is your element. Darkness mixed with your stealth is very good for you. So
Okay,
you
that's only
immediately
twice.
start to slink back, finding even a nice little kind of like rocky crevice. You kind of find yourself in. However, it is the thing that is not good, I guess you could say, is Eris. You are not very stealthy. And the thing is, You're a cleric. You don't really know stealth techniques. So the best thing you think of is to hit the ground, and that's what you do.
Fucking belly
And
flop, just pink.
you all just hear like this, chink, 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 which, as she like hits the ground, you see the Nightwalker just. It looks over in you guys' direction.
How
As
far
you-
away from the village?
You're like halfway down this pathway, so I would say probably like here.
And it's in
Okay.
front of
Fucking
us?
hoof it.
It's not really in front of you. It's kind of like it's like in front of you and like off to the right a little bit. But you do see it's like gaze kind of slowly sweeps that way and then starts to kind of take strides, seems to walk and walk. And
Run.
you want to try to run from this thing?
It's not gonna help, I know for a fact.
Hey, Ace. I don't want to be that person, but where the fuck is Shell?
He died.
Ah!
Again.
He actually I'm trying to think how I want to do this actually. I think I'm gonna have it as he did not come with you guys. Because basically you guys were the maximum number of people that could be transported. And besides that, there's things that he has to take care of on the material plane anyway. So it's kind of a party endeavor for now.
Eris,
I don't want to talk about it. Okay.
goodbye, my friend. You will be
It-
missed. I will loot your body later.
It looks in your direction. It starts to take stride, and you can see with like its strides that this thing is probably decently fast as it starts to come up. And as you guys have a million thoughts run through your head on what to do, you find yourselves kind of stuck there for a second, and it doesn't get terribly close. You notice it gets about 60 feet away until it finally seems to stop. And then it kind of looks along. You notice it actually, its gaze seems to, it looks like it's right on top of you guys, but then it kind of like gazes forward, kind of like where you guys would have been walking. And then its gaze kind of stretches back over you guys and kind of back down the path. You see it start to kind of walk again. And as it walks and gets closer, closer, with bated breaths, you guys surprisingly watch as it starts to travel kind of back towards where you guys came from. Believe it or not, Eris, you beat its passive perception as it continues walking downwards.
No freaking way.
It has a passive perception of 9.
Oh,
There's
That's
no
so
way.
crazy.
As it strides right by and then just keeps walking on down. You barely, Eris, managed to hide from this thing, as now at this point it is pretty much putting distance between you guys as it starts to look for other prey.
What was that? What was that?
Yeah, that's on me. I forgot about those. Eris, take off your armor.
Oh my god.
right fucking now.
Get naked right now.
If I take off my armor, I'd be defenseless.
We're going to end
gonna
up
be hiding a lot more than fighting here. Trust me.
Wait. I might have extra. I do. I have extra leather armor because I'm wearing studded leather armor. You can have my leather armor. It's not. But it's quieter than your armor.
This is ridiculous. I will not survive.
Just
And we won't survive if you keep making all that noise.
you nearly died right there. I feel that was very scary.
Yeah. Uzo can confirm. Eris just about died.
Yeah, you could see panic on his face.
I just revived you from.
I mean,
just revived you.
it's one thing to see them on different planes, Uzo, but here, this is like here
It's
they're
home
on
turf.
like it's home turf. It's like steroids for them to be on this.
Oh,
plane,
oh
so,
yeah.
So
I know.
it's big scary.
Yeah, Uza has fear on his face. He still has a smile, but he's fucking scared.
I think I have something for Eris.
What?
I think I have something for Eris that. Okay, so I have a question for Ace in particular. So when you polymorph, do you like drop your armor and stuff,
Your
No, it
armor will
melts.
or does it
Well,
retain,
mold into
or
you.
does it retain like? You don't get the benefits of it,
You don't get the
but like if you were to
benefits.
polymorph back, you still
Yeah,
keep
but-
it.
Yeah. Your equipment melds into your farm. So then, basically, whenever you shapeshift into something, or when you polymorph into something, say for like a sheep example, you become a sheep. Whenever the sheep form drops, you just go back to normal.
Are you
and
gonna give
whatever
me
you
the
were
cloak of the
wearing.
bat?
Oh, you're getting the fucking cloak of the bat, bitch. You're polymorphing.
Actually, the cloak of the bat in this fucking area is fucking awesome.
Actually, yeah, it's
That's
OP.
Exactly what I'm like, wait a minute.
I think on top of that, if you give it to Eris, I think that pretty much as long
Oh,
as
I
you're
get to
down here,
see.
Eris, well, not only that, but I think you just have a permanent flag speed down here, if I'm not mistaken.
Hold on. What is the
Yeah, you
information
do.
with the cloak?
Yeah.
Oh, we
Fun
should have been
fact: I
using
think you
that.
would actually have a base speed faster than me.
Let me see. I could put it.
It's
Isn't it
40 feet of
sneakiness?
flying, and you have an
Uh,
advantage on stealth checks.
Yeah, here I'll get it to you, sheet, Eris. That way you can look at it. I'm gonna take it from your sheet, Amira, so don't be alarmed. Let's see, where is it?
Equipment. It's the second item.
Equipment. It's the fourth item for me, but that works. Right. So Eris, here you
Oh,
go.
I have all my shit alphabetized, so my bad.
Oh yeah. Okay. So I'm deleting it from yours, Amira.
Let's see. Wearing this cloak, you have advantage on dexterity checks. In an area of dim light or darkness, you can grip the edges of the cloak with both your hands and use it to fly at a speed of 40 feet. If you ever fail to grip the cloak's edges while flying in this way, you are no longer in dim light. Or you are no longer.
So you have yeah, an area of dim light or darkness. So yeah, permanently you just have that here. However, it does make you anything that would be somatic, you wouldn't be able to cast while you're flying.
I'm guessing that means you can't hit things either.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to attack with your hammer either.
But she doesn't need to fly. She can perch on one of our shoulders, and she's fucking hiding.
So.
You know what? I'll take
then,
Eris.
Oh, wait, attunement required.
It's okay.
It's not that long to attune to.
It's an
Yeah,
act.
but
It's
was
an action
someone
to
else
attune.
attuned to it, though?
Do what?
Wasn't someone else attuned to it, though?
Amira was, and I'll say for the sake of it, Amira just because it's an hour to unattune, so Amira just spends the next hour unattuning to it, and then gives it to you. You use an action to attune to it.
So, if I need to. So, the polymorph would obviously only last a specific amount of time, so I guess, I'll only use it if I need to stealth, right? That seems like a
Yeah,
good
well,
way.
It
I
didn't have a
mean,
time limit, did it?
it's the polymorph spell. You just cast polymorph. You have no choice but to be a bat. That's the only difference. But yeah, polymorph normally is an hour, so it'll last an hour. So unless you take your armor off, this will make it to where your stealth checks are just normal now.
Okay.
And then if you take your armor off or wear the leather armor, then it'll be at advantage when you stealth.
Right. I don't
So,
think I
up
want to
to
take
you.
my armor off because there's still a chance that we get caught anyway, and then I won't have armor.
Eris.
Yeah.
Watch.
Eris, sweetheart. It is not up for debate.
Put on the dress.
I have
Put on the
a
cape.
question.
Take off the armor.
I cannot take off my armor. That is out of the question. If we need to stealth, I can use polymorph, and I won't have the armor.
I mean, I do have leather armor. I know it's not adamantium plate armor, but I mean, it's quiet. And it's at least a little bit of protection.
It is not enough protection. Respectfully, no.
I mean, keep in mind. Hang on, let me look real quick here. Keep in mind that when you transform into a bat, you get whatever the bat has available to it. So, oh, okay. Well, I thought the bat might have had some kind of advantages to stealth, but they don't. They just have keen hearing and echolocation.
I
Technically, you'll be blind as a bat. You have a blind sight of 60 feet, though, so that's cool.
That is cool.
I might be able to cast invisibility on you, and that's not gonna quiet your armor, but it might help.
It will, mechanically speaking, it will make it an advantage because of the cloak, and if she's invisible on top of it, it would
Hmm.
mechanically make your stealth check at advantage at that point because you have a double advantage at that.
But it lasts for an hour. It's concentration. Though, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. If I used all my spell slots, I could cast it 12 times. So it'd be 12 hours of invisibility.
This has been all your spell slots keeping Eris
Yeah,
invisible.
and 1,
Get
2,
into a
3, 4.
battle. Oh no.
And 9
George.
of those could target someone else as well. So
Or hear me out. Strip.
I am not stripping for you, okay?
I will pay good money for you to strip right now.
whoa. Okay.
I'm not doing it. I would rather get caught and live than,
I will empty my bank account right now.
Hey. I'm not gay, but 20 gold is 20 gold.
20 gold. I'm offering 1,025 gold for you to strip right fucking now.
Take off the armor.
Yeah.
Take it off. Take it off. Take it off.
So you're keeping your armor on, Eris?
I'm
Sounds
keeping
like
my
it?
armor on. I'm gonna just rely on the cloak.
You son
How
of a
much
bitch.
money
Okay.
was a mirror offering? It's kind of crazy.
1,025 for
Beau,
me to strip right fucking now.
man, Beau's like, I did it.
But so if I polymorph into the bat and I stealth, would I get advantage because the cloak gives me advantage?
No, because you wouldn't have the cloak at that point. It would meld
Oh.
in with the rest of your equipment.
Sad.
And like I was saying, I just double checked. I thought bats maybe get advantage, but they don't. So statistically, it would still just be a normal stealth roll for you. So it wouldn't be any different than it is now, pretty much.
Okay. Can't take the armor off, guys. I'm sorry.
A leather armor. I will trade you. I will give you my studded leather armor.
I was going now. Are you really gonna keep that armor on, even though you've just seen Uza be scared?
I can't. Do you realize how much more terrifying it would be if I didn't have armor on?
Yeah, but the plan is not to fight things.
Yeah.
Even
but if
I
we-
don't want to fight everything here.
If we get
If he
caught
says it,
anyway,
it's gotta be
I'm
true.
screwed.
You're screwed no matter what. Take it off.
No.
Harris, I swear to God, I will strip you myself.
You guys are arguing, and Nightwalker comes back. What's all this noise? Oh, hey!
Hey,
I
lunch.
am whisper shouting.
Uzi's just gonna be like, okay, fine, do whatever you want, but I'm not helping. And he just keeps walking.
Harris, I will leave you behind. I will trip you and leave you behind.
I will try my best not to die, okay?
Take it off. It's so simple.
Eris,
You can put it back on when we get home. When we get to the fucking city. Just take it off.
Eris, I literally just revived you like a couple days ago. Please take care of your
Exactly
life.
why I have to keep my armor on, dude.
Dude? Excuse me?
Did you just dude me?
I was catching strays.
I literally saved your life. That's all I'm saying. And I think that, maybe you should take a little bit more care of it. That's all. That's all.
I am taking care of it by keeping my armor on.
I need to point out, Uza is already like 30 feet away from you
Yeah,
guys.
Beau says that and is catching up with Uza.
I'm walking as well, but I'm like like, just take it off.
I'm just trying to walk as quietly as possible.
Clink, 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 clink.
That's a very soft clink, clink, clink.
Extra down, but
Well, technically the cloak is helping you a little bit. Maybe not sound-wise, but it is helping you visual-wise.
can we stuff Eris's armor? Like, can we just stuff, like, wherever the armor clinks against it?
Stuff it.
Just stuff it with, like, some leftover, like, ripped cloth and shit.
I have my toga.
Suddenly, I'm not able to move at all.
Aren't you wearing the toga right now?
I'll take off the toga.
Oh, yeah.
Make it sound like music cares.
How would you keep the toga on? Use the rest of your clothes. Did you come with the shirt and pants? Use those.
I don't own the shirt.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, he just has a leather jacket on his bare skin. Like, summers suck.
I have extra clothes.
I do as well. Here, Eris, you're getting stuffed.
You're getting stuffed. Oh no.
I'm gonna throw off my balance and I'm gonna trip and fall and then I'm gonna make a huge noise.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't make a huge noise if you
get the
took off the
armor
armor.
First, Eris doesn't want con. Now Eris doesn't want stealth. We can't win.
I want armor class!
You have died! How many times?
Shut up! This isn't about that!
You don't have another chance!
It's literally all about keeping you alive.
You know how much faster I will die if I don't have armor?
No, Eris.
Eris, I am begging you, please, take
Eris,
it off!
Okay, Eris, it's not just about you.
I know.
Putting all of us in danger, but being loud.
If I die, I won't be able to protect you.
If you
Look, here's the thing, we're not gonna fight, so you're not gonna die! Now fucking take it off!
I can't! I'm sorry!
Eris, you've got 2 seconds to take it off before I take it off forcefully. I am not dying here because you want to be attached to some armor.
We might not be in the material plane, but I still think declothing someone in the Shadowfell is still illegal. Just saying.
Uza.
What? I already told her I'm not gonna
Why
help.
don't you recite the fucking law to me? Me, of all people, you recite the law to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, what of it? You're in my house now, bitch.
I'm gonna fucking strangle him. Take it off.
I don't like...
I give up.
I'm so torn, dude.
I just love the idea of us finally getting to Sard and all the fucking villagers are looking at us while them two are bickering back and forth. Take off your clothes! No!
I don't like the idea of,
I am not asking you to throw it away. You will still have it. I am just asking you to take it off. We are not fighting. At all. Not fighting.
But
So the only thing you're doing is hindering yourself and us.
But what if we run into something that finds us even despite...
You're basing this on a what if?
Not that unlikely.
It is very unlikely that we fight.
I am still really
It's
bad at
more
stealth.
likely we try to hide and you tink us to death.
A tiny little noise from that armor is going to get all of us killed.
I argue that even if I take the armor off, it's not going to help much.
It's going to help with the noise. The armor being on is going to help you survive.
Except it is going to help me survive.
No, it's not, 'cause you're going to die all the same.
But what if I just,
Eris. Make this very simple for you. You take it off and stay quiet. We all win. We all live. You keep
take
that
it off
armor
and
on. You're
shut up?
killing us all. Yes, I will actually. I will shut up.
Fine. I take off my armor. Give me the leather armor. You guys are gonna make me regret this. I know you are.
Taking off the armor is arguably louder than her walking in it. Okay. So take off your heavy armor, put it in the bag of holding, I presume.
Yes.
And then don some leather armor. You should be proficient in light armor, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm proficient in all armor.
I'm pretty sure you are. No, it's you're
Yeah,
well,
light, medium, heavy, all armor.
Oh yeah, because you're war domain.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, put the leather armor on. It's not as protective, but it is definitely quieter. So right now your stealth is at advantage. Which technically, Amira, yours would have been too if you were using that cloak, but I don't think it mattered. So
I'll be real honest. I don't think I need it. I think the weakest point in our fucking system needs it.
no, you need it. You need it.
Don't worry. Once we get to Drita, you could put on your armor. It's not that much further after that.
Fine, whatever.
Amir's just crying happy tears of just finally.
If I die, I'm blaming you.
Amir gives you the middle finger.
I'm not even gonna dignify that with a response.
You said she couldn't talk. You know, so she couldn't give you the finger.
All right, so you continue on. Thankfully, sticking away from Mr. Nightwalker, he did not pay you much mind. Or, well, he tried to, but he couldn't. Because, again, thankfully for you guys, he actually has a surprisingly low passive perception. Alrighty, so moving onwards, eventually get to Sard, make your way kind of past, kind of rest up there, of course. Get into the next part of the day, moving onwards. Bolus is a little closer, so it's not as bad. Technically, you could probably push forward to Drita if you really, really wanted to. But if you do that, you will probably get like the kind of beginning of darkness before you actually fully get to Drita.
We're stopping at Bolus.
Yeah, I mean, Bolus is a larger settlement, at least on the map.
So that being said, you guys move forward, traveling along the path. For this instance, you're actually you are met with another creature. Thankfully, though, it is a hulking shadow, and this is one of the ones, like I said, Uza, where they can see you. They're really not going to do anything to you unless you do anything to them. So it's kind of like the won't provoke unless provoked. So you guys kind of like move along. You can see it's big, kind of just it's kind of like similar in size to the Nightwalker, but it's more bulky. It's almost like an actual like kind of like a like thicker humanoid shape as it seems to kind of loll around. And you do see there is a moment where it quite literally just like looks over at you guys. But just doesn't seem to pay you too much mind. It seems to be cautious. You notice it like sees you guys and then seems to put just like a small bit of distance and just seems to look at you very curiously to see if it needs to protect itself or if you guys are going to do anything to it. But once you get to a certain point, it realizes you guys aren't doing anything to it, so it just continues on and mind you guys no business.
Who's gonna talk about that one and just mention that it's kind of cute? Mm-hmm.
You are terrifying more and more every day.
What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
They're like big puppies.
like calling
I
a
don't know about that
centipede
one.
cute. In what reality?
In this reality, the Shadowfell.
Wrong.
I think you've noticed by now, not everything is as pretty as the material plane, okay? We gotta find what we can down here.
Desperate attention.
All right. Get the bolus. Find yourself a place to hunker down.
Since Bolus looks like a larger settlement, is there like a tavern in this one?
Yeah, I would say there's one in this one. It's close enough and big enough to Drita that it would probably have one.
Cool. Uza's stocking up on his wine preserves.
Okay. They don't have very like expensive wine. It's kind of like basically this is like where somebody would go when they're poor. They couldn't afford to be in Drita, so this is basically where they would go.
Uza doesn't care if it's good. He just wants
No,
his
yeah,
wine.
yeah. I didn't figure you did, but just for a point of reference, basically this is like the cheap version of what you could get.
Yeah, I gave that one drow my the fancy wine I got from what's his face from Bojangles
Oh yeah.
because that was the only one I
imagine,
had.
imagine Bojangles pops up down here.
Honestly, it would not be surprised.
All right. So that being said, you guys find a place to hunker down. Uzo, you get some wine, some cheap wine, and as you all kind of come to a rest.
Are there any Shatter Kai in this settlement?
Yeah, I would say there are. Yeah.
I was just curious on.
Yeah, yeah. It mostly, I'd say, just kind of like in general, overall, with the whole plane. It's kind of a mix of like Drow and Shade Archive, for the most part. Um, but hunkering down, as you guys are like kind of getting ready for bed and whatnot, I need. Um, Actually, no. I'd say you all notice it. They're not very stealthy. You do notice um, there are like younger drow children, kind of ranging from fairly young to kind of like teenager, maybe even pushing like adult. Um, as you all kind of hunker down, you notice they appear to be um, kind of like creeping up on you guys and kind of like looking like kind of through windows or like around the corner and just seem to be kind of like whispering to each other and kind of like watching you guys.
I'm gonna just wave at them and what's the place we're in like?
Bolus, it is
Well, I mean, in like wherever we're hunkering down, we see these kids, or are
oh,
we just out in the
it's
street?
no, it's pretty much like I mean, unless you're paying for like a tavern, it's pretty much like the same that you kind of been doing. You're just finding like a unused building more or less and just kind of hunkering down there. Um, so I would say in this case, it's probably more like a storage house or like a warehouse or something. That is just kind of like off, kind of like on the edge of town. That is just not being used. So
And they're looking
basically,
through the window. Then
yeah. So basically, what you guys can kind of see is like you got this kind of long, like probably like 60 foot by like 20 foot like rectangle warehouse, and you have obviously like the main big front door, and then you have basically like the windows that are kind of like up high on each side. um, uh, that kind of reveals outwards, and basically there's not as many in the window. There's like a couple that like climb up on like crates outside and kind of like peek up through the windows, but a majority of them seem to be like crowded up like kind of at the main door. They're kind of like peeking around the corner. They're obviously trying to be like sneaky about it, or like trying not to be like too seen, but they're children, so they're not experts at
How
it.
how far would you say from like I could be from the door, like more or less from where
Um,
we are inside?
I would say at minimum you'd probably be like 10 feet away from the door.
Okay, cool. Because Uza sees the kids,
Mhm.
He set up
he's
in his
gonna
chair for this one.
yeah. Yes, I did. He's gonna use his blessing of the Raven Queen and teleport behind him. And then when he does
Okay.
that, he's like, "Hey, what are you looking at?"
Okay. um, we think. So pretty much they are a little dumbfounded at first. They pretty much watch you like disappear, and for the rest of the party, you can watch them be. Are you kind of watching them just like in a have a split moment of like awe and like where he went, but then like the moment Uza like kind of like leans in from behind, kind of asks them what they're looking at, they a good majority of them kind of like yelp and scream, and then they like start to like scamper off real quick. They Uza, you pretty much just like scared the shit out of them.
Are there any of them that were brave enough to stay behind?
Not really. They kind of like ran off toward, or they either ran back off towards town, or like kind of went around the warehouse to like just get like cover of like line of sight. For the most part, they just seem to be really shy, if anything.
Uza's going to take out his money pouch and put 20 gold on one of the crates and just go back inside.
Okay.
Oh, he cares.
Okay. You guys can kind of hear like a little like excited whispering as they talk back and forth to each other. Um, and you can see like the like cautious and like are you well more so here, not really see. Um, you can hear the like cautious, like shy facade kind of like melt away for a moment as they kind of excitedly talk to each other. Everyone gonna roll me a perception check.
Perfect. I actually wanted to know what they were saying.
Good luck, Beau.
Okay, so yeah, Beau, you're the only one that doesn't pick up. Um, Beau, I would say at this point, you're probably not very happy because there is like nothing to upkeep yourself. For all these towns you've been to, there's not been like a single bath or anything. There's like nothing to take care of yourself. So pretty much,
See? And you were talking shit about Uza being dirty before.
and you are just kind of like at this point, you're kind of like you're dirty, Beau. Your hair is probably getting like a little like greasy at this point, and it's just upsetting. It's like, oh, this is disgusting. Like there's nothing to like upkeep yourself, so you're just kind of like pouting in the corner, like putting up your bedroll and just like upset over that. Um, but for the rest of you guys, um, as you hear these kids kind of um, excitedly kind of whisper and talk to each other, Uza, they recognized you actually. Um, they are talking. They seem to be talking to each other about kind of being like, oh yeah, like, oh, I think that's him. Oh, I think that's really him. And then by the time you gave the gold, they're pretty much like, see, I told you. Oh, it really is. And so they're just kind of like giddy about it.
If any of them are looking in, I'm gonna like wave them in, like, come here, type of thing. Like, I'll move a little bit away from the party so they're not scared of them if they are. But like,
Okay. There's pretty much just a kind of like a seem like you're like a lone little like boy that just seems to be like peering around. You kind of like gesture for him, and he's cautious at first, but seems to kind of like slowly inch his way in towards you.
cool. I'm by the way, I'm squatting. I'm like making myself his height, doing the normal like adult to kid thing.
Mhm.
and what's your name? I'm Uza. How you doing?
You can see basically pretty much like his eyes kind of like lighten up, and he's kind of like amazed when he hears you say Uza. And he kind of like stutters for a moment, but he's just like, "Oh, I'm Lim."
Like LIM?
Yeah, LIM. Yeah.
Oh. So what's up, Lim? Like you told me that like they recognized me, but I'm gonna pretend like I don't, like I didn't hear that.
Okay.
So what's up? You need something?
Uh, uh, n- uh, he just kind of like keeps stuttering over himself, like he's like dumbfounded, doesn't know what to say, but finally seems to break away from it, and he's like, "You're you're 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 back. Are you gonna fix things?"
What happened? I was gone for a little bit because something came up.
Well, there's been really scary monsters that have been popping up. Um, well, stuff that's not normal for around here. I know Mom and Pa always talk about um, like a bunch of monsters that reside around, but these are different. Are you gonna take care of them?
That's exactly why I came back. Okay, you don't gotta worry about anything. I'm gonna like give him a little like hair ruffle if he has hair.
Oh
I
yeah, he
don't know
does.
what fucking he could be a fucking bald kid. I don't know. So I get a little hair ruffle. I was like, yeah, don't worry about it. Uh, here, why don't you? What time is it? Is more or less?
It is. It's kind of nearing nighttime at this point. You kind of get ready
Okay.
for bed and everything.
Okay. Here, it's late, right? It's getting late, and just so you could be safe, okay? Go back home, and I'll take care of it. And if you're feeling scared, just talk to your mom and dad, okay? And then he's gonna like take off his headband, his bandana, and
Mhm.
he's gonna put it on the kid. He's be like, and then remember, don't go fighting anything, okay? If you need a, if you're scared, just run back home, okay? Stay safe, okay?
He you kind of reassure him. You can see he lightens up again, and um, you can see like he doesn't necessarily like cry, but like tears form, but it's like tears of like happiness, like relief. as they pop up, as he kind of has that like excited like and kind of takes your bandana, kind of gives you like a furious like a nod, and then starts to kind of like scamper back off towards town as the rest of the kids. And uh, he kind of like, well, I mean, most of them were just kind of listening anyway. But as they like scamper off, almost a majority of them, you are they? He pretty much is like telling them like everything as they all kind of make their way back off towards like the main part of town.
All right, Uz is gonna walk back to the party, and he's stern. He still has a small smile, but he's like serious. And while he's walking back, he's also gonna take out another bandana from his pocket and put it back on.
What the fuck? This is Chris. He literally can't take it off ever.
um. I'm just gonna tell the party that for them to stay there. Well, I just want to go take a look around and see if I could see any signs of what this kid was talking about.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I feel more confident running away when I need to by myself than with the group. And it's
Yeah.
very obvious, like, stay here. Get
Okay.
rest. I'll be back.
Okay. So it was let you guys know that he is going off for a moment. I assume, is anybody objecting? Or
No.
are you just gonna let him kind of go off?
I'm gonna ask if he's sure he doesn't want me to come along at least.
I'm not gonna stop you if you want to come, but I'm not gonna help if something goes wrong. I just
Yeah.
want to check it out.
You can
Fair
count
enough
me
if
out.
she's gonna follow him.
Okay. Eris and Beau, you guys sticking behind?
I'm not
Gonna
going
stay
anywhere.
behind.
Stick behind. You begin to walk around. Uza, not really going like out of city limits, but enough to just kind of explore around. Go ahead, roll me investigation. You can too if you want to, Amira. 21 and 14. Kind of walking around, I'll say you both don't really pick up anything that seems to be out of the ordinary. Of course, Amira, this is a lot harder for you because you've never been here and you really don't know what's considered out of the ordinary per se. So there's definitely a lot of oddities about this whole plane, and I mean you've known that since you first got here. Uza looking around. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any sign of what he's talking about. You don't really notice anything that like sticks out or that is literally at least out of the ordinary for the Shadowfell. It's still as dark and dreary as ever. There's the creatures that reside. As far as you're aware, and especially since you've gotten back, it seems to be the same. Um, things haven't seemed to have changed, um, which is nice technically, but it does put you a little bit at unease because now that the kid has mentioned it and things that you've kind of heard in the past, it puts a little bit of worry in the back end. Something is definitely going on here, and something bad is going on here.
If I can't find anything, I'm just gonna
Yeah, you
Be
don't pick out
reminded and
anything.
go back.
Same thing for you, Amira. There's nothing that you pick out that's, any stranger than what you've seen so far for the like 2 or 3 days you've been here now. Everything seems to be about the same.
All right, then I'm following Musa back.
Whenever like everyone's getting ready to sleep, I'm not gonna leave, but I'm gonna like sit closer to the door so I can like more actively listen while I'm resting.
Okay. Okay. You do that. Guys drift off to sleep. Eventually, but surely, sleeping the night away. Thankfully, similar to before, nothing really hops out at you or changes. As morning time comes, the same kind of dimness it's always been as you all wake up. Traveling on to Drita.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, while we're leaving, I'm also gonna leave an extra 10 pieces on that crate just in case the kids come back.
Okay.
Yeah, heading out again.
Yes, and you'll be able to put on your armor soon.
Thank God.
So this ain't gonna take you long at all. I'd say probably at best like 2 or 3 hours to get to Drita.
Cool. Whenever we get there, I'm gonna tell Eris that she could put her armor back on if she wants.
Yes, please.
Okay. So spend 2 or 3 hours walking. Similar as before, again, kind of coming across a lot of creatures that don't seem to pay you too much mind. I will say, in the kind of like dim, cloudy sky, you do see the silhouette of a dragon that seems to be kind of flying. And you can see as it kind of like streaks through the sky, there's like this shadowy mist that kind of it's like kind of like shadowy like mist trail that it leaves behind as it flies. A little ominous. Thankfully, it's too far to really pay you much mind. I will say, Uza, that is new. You don't remember seeing dragons when you were here so long ago. So it could be the case of, because there is multiple cases of like pretty much all the shadow creatures here is just some form of a creature that has died or gotten lost in the Shadowfell. So it's probably not like alarming, but it is new. That's the first time you've ever seen a dragon be lost in the Shadowfell. But with that being said, you finish up your walk, get into the main gates of Drita. Um, there appears to be kind of like these more elitish guards that kind of man the gate. And you can see the gates are not necessarily closed, but they are kind of like partially open. Um, as you guys kind of step in, the guards don't seem to kind of uh, pay too much mind. They keep an eye on you, but they don't seem to actively stop you or anything.
um,
Um,
I was gonna ask while everyone's walking in, could I stop
mhm.
at one of the guards and
Sure.
ask them if they've seen anything like what the kid described, and also ask them what's with the dragon and how long ago did that come in?
Yeah, absolutely. So I will say the guard looks at you a little strange. Um, you can see he seems to be confused because he's under the impression that you've just kind of been here the last couple of years. Um, but or even just months really. A year is a bit too much, but like the last couple of months. But he eventually shrugs it off and kind of explains to you that there's been a lot of new creatures that are popping up. But it's kind of weird. Um, mostly because these new creatures, they're like the shadow creatures, but they're different. Um, he describes it as like a more, um, or basically the way it kind of works again is when these creatures, they get lost and become these shadow creatures. It's kind of like they die and their soul becomes lost, and basically this just is like a shadow version of themselves, which is essentially like a blackened form with like this misty um, shadow that comes off of them. Um, the way he describes it is a bit different, and you realize that as he's describing it, he's describing things that you've seen before, these corrupted, unbalanced creatures, which now confirms that the presence of unbalance has definitely shown up in Shadowfell now.
Cool. Thank you. I don't know who's gonna catch up to the party and tell them.
Okay. So you guys are aware that now there is unbalance down here. Its presence is known. And he also describes that it's mostly been the northern part, is where all these creatures have popped up. So pretty much like, that's not my drawing tool.
Pretty much your hometown.
Pretty much like in this area right here. That's where they've been popping up and been dealing with them.
Peace.
Where are you from, Uza?
That's where we're going, and like if he's gonna kind of speed up through the city.
Okay.
His goal is to get home. That's the only thing he's thinking about right now.
Okay. Coming into Drita and starting to make your way across it is that you're starting to hit more familiar territory where you're starting to recognize things about the place. Of course, you guys are taking a lovely gander past Vecna's fortress here. If you look to your right, you'll see the Lord Vecna himself. Woo!
He's just sunbathing out in the fucking on his canopy. Hey yo, V, what's up?
He lifts his sunglasses. He's like, "Wait a minute, are those main characters? Get over here!" But yeah, you can see this.
While we're passing it, because I don't know if anybody like of the party would know,
Mhm.
but like while we're passing it, I'm definitely gonna say, you see that place right there? Yeah, don't go there.
Okay. Yeah, basically, it's just kind of like this large, like kind of like black marble fortress, and kind of like the rest of the town. You kind of see like these towers with the crystals. Those are basically similar to the torch that Eris has. It kind of provides light over the city. Um, as you guys kind of make your way along this pathway, I'm assuming you're kind of just traveling kind of through the town to this upper section up here, Uza.
Yeah.
Wasn't there something we needed with the Scarlet Mountain?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, with my family and stuff.
Yeah. Your family's not important right now, Eris.
Yeah, this
Uza's
is
not
Uza's
gonna
chapter.
stop you if you want to break
It's
off.
like
Uza got everything on his
half
mind.
the reason why we came here. Listen, I'll help Uza
Sure.
first.
Yeah, but this is
because-
Uza's chapter. Okay,
Yeah.
calm down, Eris.
Your chapter's done, Eris.
You relax there, Chief.
I will help Uza first because the unbalance is probably a bit of more of a pressing issue.
Yeah, exactly. Your family's already dead.
Yeah, it's kind of true.
Whenever we get to the gate, because like I'm assuming I'd made my way down to Drita a couple times while I was here. And Uza being the friendly motherfucker he is, well, when we get to that northern gate, whenever we do, I'm gonna stop and see if I recognize the guards.
Yeah, you may recognize one or two of them. There's just, since this is such a big city, there's like so many guards.
Well, I'm saying
And-
like specifically at that northern gate.
Oh, yeah, I got you. I'd say, yeah, like maybe one or two. There's also a bunch of new ones, so there's a good chance that there might have been guards lost to the forces that have been popping up. Thankfully, yep.
Yep. No, I was gonna say if I do recognize any of them, you're gonna just roll up like nothing happened. Just be like, "Yo, Tommy, what's up?" Whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Whatever name.
I got you.
And
I got you.
I'm gonna ask them if they heard anything from my town.
Oh.
I did not plan for this. Who's it caring? What?
Here's the thing. Since you're familiar with your town is over here. It's this place right
Yeah.
here. So just off to the left, not too far. They let you know that the town is mostly all right. It has suffered some attacks from the unbalanced creatures, or well, they describe it as something different, but you know it is corrupted imbalance. It
What do they
has
describe it as?
do it now.
What do they describe it as?
Basically, just like it's pretty much like the creatures. Like instead of it being shadow, it's like kind of like an inky like blackness to it, and
Are they
also
calling it Glink?
no, they are not.
Worth a shot. Worth a shot.
But yeah, basically like they describe it, but you recognize it as the corrupted imbalance. But yeah, they do mention that the town is still standing, thankfully, but it has suffered a good couple of attacks from those creatures.
Called Shank because it's shadowy.
It's like glitching.
Unfair. Whenever we get to that, like, how far would it be to get to my place, or is it like one of those things of it's getting dark, so we should probably stay the night in this town?
I'd say it's probably like the middle of the day at this point. Um, I mean, getting across town would have taken quite some time.
Well, that's what I
So
figured.
yeah, you probably honestly probably have spent a day or two in town, and then made your way over here. But yeah, from this gate, considering from a new day, I'd say it'd take you like probably like half a day to get there.
Well, Uzu knows where he wants to go. He'll actually stop and ask the party if they want to stay in town for one more day.
I mean, if you think it's safe enough to go, I'm down.
I'm fine with whatever you think is best. I feel like you know this place better than any of us.
I was asking if you guys want to go outside. Say, I don't know how long we're gonna be here, so I don't know how long we're gonna be in Druid. I mean, we gotta go up there later anyway, and he's gonna point up to the mountain.
Yeah, so we'll be back. Like,
Okay, cool. Onwards and not upwards, because it's mostly black.
Okay, so you guys are heading up to Onabir.
Oh yeah.
well, yeah.
Oh yeah. Uza has had that fucking guy go into Shadowfell in his mind since he fucking said that. So like we'll get there at like a walking pace or whatever the fuck we're going at. But like the moment he's within city limits, he's booking it.
Gotcha. Okay. I believe I did. Okay, cool. Double check. Awesome. So, yeah, making your way over as you travel takes you roughly about 4 hours. You make your way to Onabir. Basically, a nice kind of just quaint little town that, as far as you guys are aware, appears to be Uza's residence, where he was before he came over um, to the material plane. As you kind of come up and travel inwards, um, I will say that as the party kind of walks in, um, basically, there is kind of like between the guards and even like the citizens themselves, there is like a mix of surprise and kind of shock. Um, one of the closest, one of the closer drow here. She is um, she's a little shorter than Uza. She is kind of lanky. And kind of weak looking, just kind of a normal commoner. But you can see she takes surprise. She's like looking at you, Uza, kind of like she up and down, and it's basically just like, Uza, you're you're back. You're alive.
Do I
Um,
recognize her?
yeah, it's basically not really like somebody that you'd consider family, but more so friend. It is a Phelan. It is a or her name is Phelan. It is pretty much just a drow buddy that you've made alongside of all the other people that you've met in this place.
I feel like Ooze is gonna have a lot of those.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that know you here.
Hey!
So are you like a celebrity here?
Don't worry about that.
Both
I'm just gonna just straight up and ask, how are the kids? No, I'm like not mentioning like if they have kids, whatever. I'm talking about my kids, and it's very obvious that I'm talking about them. Like how like sure, say how's Maria? How's all of the kids? Hoping that they would have checked in on them while I was away.
Mhm. She she kind of pulls back for a second after the surprise kind of fades away. Um, they're uh, they're good. They've been good.
Everyone in the party is going to see Uza physically fall back and take a seat on the ground, just saying, "Thank fuck," and just do a sigh of relief.
Okay.
first time I've seen a back like this.
Mhm. I'm glad your kids are okay.
Anyway, how you doing, Phelan?
I've been good. A little rough here and there, but we've been holding up. Um, Amira,
Yes, ma'am.
do me a favor,
Get bust, Chico.
since I feel like you might be the only one that catches it. Roll me an insight check. She seems kind of worn down, actually. And as like Uza kind of like hits the ground, um, you can see there's like you pick up like this feeling of like sadness, like like very faint kind of frown almost forms, but she keeps her composure.
One, whatever when Uza gets back up and dusts himself off, he's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, by the way," and he's gonna go excited because he's seen his friend, and he's like,
Mhm.
"This is Phelan." It is like the Will Smith pose to everybody in
Okay.
the group, and then he introduces everybody.
She just like
Hello.
gently kind of smiles and waves at you guys. It's
Nice to meet you.
yes, it's nice to meet you all as well. I see Uz has made even more friends. He tends to have that effect.
Really?
Yeah, you would not believe it. And I'm talking to Phil, and just like I was just walking around, I normally do, and then poof, I'm like, it's their son, and that sucked. Like I ended up in a material plant, and he just starts rambling about like what happened.
She just seems to kind of like smile and take it in, kind of like nodding along, basically just kind of like, well, it has been known to happen. It is possible, though very unlikely. I'm glad to see that you're all right.
I'm glad to see you're all right. I've heard there's. I don't know. Like I don't remember what the guards called it. What is it? The weird shadowy creature with yeah. Like I heard they were attacking town.
Oh,
So
yeah. You see like her smile kind of like falters again, and she kind of has like that worn expression. Yeah, like I said, there's been some trouble, but well, we've managed to be fine so far.
I'm assuming even I noticed the falter this time.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
Okay. I'm not really paying attention to the party. It was just gonna be like, okay, well, it's been a while. I'm just gonna like grab her hand and like start taking her to the orphanage to get food, and so we could eat. I'm gonna tell her that, obviously. Just be like, come on, let's go get some meat.
Oh, yes, of course. You all must be very hungry. Um, you can see she kind of like she seems to take like a little look around and then starts kind of she actually guides you herself, Uza, or tries to. Um, she kind of like gestures for you to follow her, and she starts to kind of step off.
Ace.
Hmm.
Um, I know this is probably like a place full of like Shatterkai and Drow and whatnot.
Hmm.
So what I'm about to say may sound like, oh well, that's gonna be everywhere. But can I look around for any who looks out of the ordinary compared to like the dreary, Shadowfell races or whatever?
Hmm.
Like, cause something ain't sitting right.
Sure. Yeah. Roll me a perception check. 24. Take a look around. It is a majority of kind of Shade Arkai and Drow, though you do notice there are some other people that stick out a little bit more. There are technically different races here. You can make out what appears to be like a couple of just like elves normally. There also appears to be some kind of like dwarven folk as well. Um, but it's not like a huge variety of different races, but there are different ones. Um, Other than that, though, there's nothing really that kind of jumps out at you, at least from here. Um, Nothing that seems to kind of put you at any unease or seems off-putting.
Um, would it be okay if I went on alert? I'm just consistently like looking for something that may be out of the ordinary.
Sure. Yeah, keep your eye out.
Secret attacks or you know the what the fuck is it called? You said it like several times.
The corruption,
The corruption. There we go.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The unbalance and everything.
the glink.
That or like Synopsis himself, motherfucker.
The clink. Okay.
Also,
Yeah.
while we're walking, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say you keep an eye out.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say while we're walking, I'm gonna be chatting to Fail and catching up.
Okay.
Trying to get that smile wider. You know how it is.
Oh yeah, for sure. Um, yeah, you keep small talk up with her, kind of filling in with her, or kind of filling her in with the things that you've seen on the material plane, and she seems to listen intently. And as she kind of gives you small talk, as she kind of kind of mentions like the things that you've missed and whatnot. She kind of mostly just lets you talk. She doesn't seem to have much to update on what's happened here, other than like, oh yeah, we've been attacked. Um, you do notice she seems very like kind of vague about it. Also, the fact that she just kind of like um, just seems kind of, again, mostly just let you talk and kind of tell your stories. But after some time, um, after a good couple of minutes of walking, she does bring you to kind of like one of the taverns, one of the ones that she says. It's actually a new one, Uza. It's one that you haven't been to. Um, Kind of like on the further side of town. And she kind of just describes to you that it's one that she's recently tried out, and she quite enjoys it, and that you should give it a shot. As she gestures for you to kind of like come in with her.
Uza hears tavern. He hears I gotta break in the new guys.
Now,
No, I'm just
again,
gonna walk in and just
okay,
sit down next to her, do normal stuff.
okay. So again, this is basically pretty much the only reason you haven't seen it is this is pretty much like on the other side of town of what you're used to. So basically, kind of like basically you guys came in from the south here, or kind of like from the side here over here, and pretty much where you always reside is on the northern part. She kind of more or less brings you right down here, Uza.
All right. Whenever we like get the drinks and the food and sit down and get through all the small talk, I
Mhm.
was gonna take a big old chug and then like put his cup down, just give his normal smile and be like, "So what's wrong?"
She kind of is taking a little bite, little surprise. She kind of looks at you again. It's kind of like, excuse me?
Out of character, I'm assuming we've known each other for a bit at least.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so
It's
it's
more
like
of like she's not like upset or thinking you're rude. It's kind of like a more of like a surprise, like, excuse me?
you're paying attention. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not as dumb as I look. What's going on? Is she from also? Would she also be from like the northern side?
Oh, yeah, technically.
Okay, so I'm also gonna bring you. Let's say, like, we're always up on our side. Like when you brought us all the way here, what's going on?
She takes a moment to think before she just kind of is like, oh, I mean, well, it's nothing really. I mean, I really did come down here and try this place one time. It is very good. It's delicious. Um, there's nothing really wrong. Just not much.
Ace, I want an insight. I want to see if
Yeah,
she's lying.
I was gonna ask, like, when you said she looked worn out, does she look more worn out than normal in this city?
Mhm. Yeah, yeah,
Okay, so
absolutely.
I'm just gonna bring that up. I'm known you for how long?
Okay, you bringing up her fact that she seems kind of worn out.
Yeah, it's like I might be an idiot, but even I can tell.
Gotcha. Yeah, you can go ahead, Sky or Amira, if you want to roll that insight. Um, she just kind of mentions to you is it's just I don't know. I guess it's just days are just kind of wearing on me a little bit. The attacks and having to balance that between the already rough conditions. It's a lot. Amira, was your insight? Basically, something's wrong. She's being vague. She's dodging subjects. It seems like she's kind of like bouncing around a glaring issue that she doesn't seem to want to bring up.
Uza,
Huh?
he's hiding something.
Yeah, even I could tell. That's why I'm asking. And then I turn back to her with the eyes like, come on. Come on.
I'm gonna nudge Beau and be like, I think we're in danger. But I'm gonna like whisper it.
Okay. Wait.
Poe's just like enjoying himself, and he's like, "What?"
just eating a fucking like shadow chicken away, and just like, shadow barbecue, delicious.
He's been out going through a lot right now. Okay. He hasn't showered. That's pretty much
I can't do my hair. I can't do my makeup. I just
have precipitation. Aren't
He
you
hasn't
able to like clean your own
showered.
hair?
That's pretty
Yes,
much
but it's
it.
not the same as having a nice bath, okay? It's
You.
I'm just gonna. I'm going to make a face like, don't answer verbally, kind of just like, just kind of make like one of those face of like, come on, but just be like, just real curt, very like not Uza with his long bullshit dialogue. Just very, are you in danger?
Yeah. Okay. She just kind of looks to you and is like, "I'm serious, Susan. It's really just."
Are you? And Uza's smile. Uza's smile is slowly like coming down. He's not gonna lose it, but just kind of one of those of like, you could tell I'm being like serious.
No, I'm not in danger, Uza.
Is the town aside from
Well, we've had attacks, and we don't know when the next one will be, but they've held their own. I guess just the tension of that and the work that we've had to do is just it's a lot.
are we? I kind of like pointing to the party.
No, of course not.
Could I roll it instead on that one?
Sure.
I was about to say, I don't like the way she sounded with that.
yeah, I'm nervous now too because Amira told me I'm in danger.
I don't trust her. I'm gonna be okay as a player and through Amira's mind. I think she may be working for the enemy, or she's definitely trying to like downplay the attacks.
Can I say I'm wondering if she's been replaced by someone. Maybe this is a changeling. I don't know.
Out of curiosity, Ace,
Mhm.
and obviously no is an answer here. Just because of how long I've known this person, can I roll it with advantage?
Sure, yeah, I'll give you that. Bo, I'm just the fact that you just said that. I'm just imagining.
Bruh.
I'm imagining that scene from Steven Universe, just like, Bo, do you know him? Not all changelings know each
Know
other.
each other. Mhm.
That's immediately what I thought of when you said that.
Mhm.
All right, yeah, Beau, you're just sitting over there like, oh my god, my hair is disgusting. You're trying your best.
Hair bad, chicken good.
You're like doing that, and then like it doesn't help that like you finally had a moment where you could like relax for just a second, and then Mira immediately is like, "We're in danger," and you're like, "God damn it!"
Basically.
All right.
Listen, I'd rather fucking call it the obvious.
So 15, 18. Oh no, sorry. Oh yeah, 15.
Yeah.
And then an 18. Um, she doesn't seem like she's lying. I wouldn't say it seems like she's been replaced either. It doesn't seem like a phony. It's genuinely her from what you could tell. Um, it's just a matter of she's not trying to lead you on or anything. She's hiding something. And it's more of like she's hiding something. It almost seems like for your guys' sake rather than she's trying to get an upper hand on you or anything.
Alrighty. He who's just gonna just look at her for a second and just completely switch gears, like to make it disorienting.
Hmm.
Smile back on, put down however much gold the food and the drink was, be like, okay, well, I gotta go see the kids. And stands up real fast. And just kind of see what she does first. If she doesn't do anything, then.
Okay. Um, she will. She. You kind of stand up, put the money down. She's gonna like walk away. She quickly is going to like stop you. She's gonna kind of grab you and be like, pretty much just like, Uza, wait.
You gonna talk now?
They had to relocate down here.
And why was that something you were trying to hide?
I sorry, I wasn't sure if you would be upset or not. They thought it wouldn't be very safe for them to be where they were, so they had to move down south, away from the attacks.
I don't care where they are, it's just that they're okay. The question is, why was a move supposed to be hidden? So something is wrong, and you're not telling me. And since the kids were brought up, like Uza's smile is less of a smile and more of a just like a type of face.
Yeah, I gotcha. She at this point seems kind of like at a loss for words. She seems to be like racking her brain for a response, but she's kind of looking at you with like these pleading eyes. Um, and that's about all she can muster right now.
One of two things is gonna happen. You tell me, or I'm gonna find out anyway. And I like you. You're a friend. But that does not mean I will not put my way out for family. So would you rather tell me now or wait until I find out myself?
she kind of sinks for a moment. Um, you can tell she's very distraught. Um, and you can hear kind of like a small bit of like a sniffle, and maybe even like a couple of tears kind of start to form. Um, and she kind of like she chokes something out behind these cries, but you can't really make out what she says. She technically answers your question, you just can't understand her.
I am not gonna do anything to you. I just need to know what happened. Please. You know how much that means to me. He's no longer even trying to smile at this point.
She just looks up to you, and again, through like kind of like these kind of like holding back these sobs, she answers again. um this time you understand it more. She simply tells you, we we don't know where they are.
He's gonna take a deep breath. He's gonna set her back down. And he's just gonna say, "That's all you needed to say. You did not need to lie to me." And then he's gonna like he's gonna do, I think, one of the most terrifying things when Uza's not smiling. Because this entire time he's stone faced now.
Hmm.
He's gonna kiss her on the forehead and say, "Stay safe." And then
She,
he's just going out the door.
yeah, as you're like walking, she's like grabbing a hold of like your coat this at this point and kind of like tugging on it. She's like trying to keep you. Depending on whether you stop her or not is up to you, because she physically can't stop you.
Oh yeah,
But
no, I'm just going.
she's like trying to pull on you, and she's basically just like, Usa, please, you don't understand. As she
Yeah,
like tugs again and tugs. The attacks, they've stopped.
I'm not listening. If the
As
party's coming, the party's coming. They see me walking out this door.
oh shit.
I'm kind of want to stay behind and get a little bit more context potentially. I
At this point, she kind of like stumbles, and Uza just kind of like walks out the door. Um, she, like I said, she physically is too weak to stop him if he's like serious about leaving. So Uza heads out the door. As she basically, um, she kind of like shouts out the door towards Uza, basically just saying, "Please, Uza, I don't want to lose you too."
are so you know the kids are relocated, but you're not sure where? Or
I I don't know what happened to them.
well, Uza seems to really care about them. And
I
where his
I I know he does. Yeah, he just keeps walking. Um, but as you stick back, Beau, and kind of talk with her, um, she explains to you that the town had been attacked multiple times. The place that Uza is referring to has been attacked. However, what has happened is the place that he's referring to has been destroyed. However,
oh,
there's no signs. There's really no signs of any kind of death or loss. Just a destroyed building. So it's kind of been up in the air about like what happened to them. A lot of people don't know if they are still alive. At this point, they're starting to mark it off as, they've been killed, but she is trying to remain hopeful about it. In the case of, she doesn't know what happened to him, but she's now scared that the same thing might happen to Uza. And the thing is the attacks. The moment that place was destroyed, the attacks have stopped. They haven't been attacked since.
Listen, we're friends with Uza. We're going to make sure that he's okay. All right. So don't worry about it. All right. And if the kids are okay, we'll do everything to help Uza get them back. I promise. I know we just met, so that probably doesn't mean much to you, but I promise.
She just kind of seems to be just kind of like softly crying, but kind of gives you a bit of a nod. As you, I assume, kind of follow out towards Uza.
Yeah.
At this point, Uza and Amira, you kind of travel up towards where Uza's place would be, as you take a few minutes to travel up. You can see that Uza, as you come up, basically what you're met with is kind of like it's kind of like very vaguely fenced off a little bit. There's definitely kind of like signs. It's not really being actively guarded right now, but there's basically just kind of like a warning kind of perimeter put up. And you can see that the orphanage that was once there is just in tatters. It's been destroyed, from what you can see.
Amira's the only one with Uza, right?
As of right now, yes.
Beau's catching up.
Yeah,
Coming.
Beau and Eris are on their way.
Okay. I'm gonna take off my glasses and I'm just gonna start rummaging. Just try to find anything. Fucking blood, ashes, anything.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
would
go
like to
ahead.
help them to look for signs of dead or life.
Sure. You can either both roll me investigation, or Amira can roll one at advantage, because I think Amira's investigation is better.
Amira, roll an advantage for me, please.
Yeah, that plus 11 really comes in handy.
The Amira at advantage is 30? Oh, yeah, very nice.
I can roll
So-
max 31. That's fantastic.
All right, so you guys start rummaging around, throwing up rubble, kind of looking around and about. You let Uza kind of do most of the heavy lifting to kind of get stuff out of the way, as you kind of do your best to kind of use your skills to kind of spot stuff out, and any kind of like abnormalities, or kind of like Uza said, any like blood, any ash, any anything that might have been left behind, stuff like that. Eventually, at this point, Beau and Eris, you come up to Uza and Amira, kind of searching this place.
I'll just let them know that your friend said that they've already checked around here and they didn't find any signs of anything really. Just that the
Yeah.
building was destroyed.
Yeah, Uza's not paying attention.
Okay.
Ace, I would also like to see if I can spot traces of aura.
What you spot, Amira, would be cases of scorch marks. Not necessarily like the place has been burnt down, but more so like pretty much like fire magic's been used. There's definitely been kind of like scorch marks along the ground and those spots on like some of the debris that Uza kind of like pushes off to the side. Um, there's a mixture of scorch marks and just the faintest, slightest bit of unbalance. that is just kind of like, from what you can tell at this point, it's probably slowly been wearing away as time has gone on. So this place has been probably torn down for a hot second.
Do we get a rough time estimate? Like, are we talking like weeks, or are we talking like days, or?
Probably more along the lines of weeks, yeah. How many weeks? You're not sure, but definitely like on a bigger time frame like that.
Aside from that, we don't find anything.
Yeah, other than that, nothing else. Once Amira kind of points it out, you can see it too, like the scorch marks and the faint bit of unbalance here.
Add a character.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to apologize for everybody because Uzo will be a dick now.
I-
So you're just
He's
gonna be
just.
like Eris.
I'm not
Excuse
not
me.
like not pointedly like if they get in my way, like he's gonna be a dick, but like you know what I mean.
Fair enough.
You know, he's gonna be ignoring pretty much everything.
Gotcha.
He's a man on a mission.
Also, Eris, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. You've been quiet for a second, so I wasn't sure.
Could I go to the smithy? Thomas's.
Sure. Heading over that way. Making your way over, the place isn't destroyed, but it is it appears to be unoccupied. There's nobody here.
Do the same thing. I'm just gonna walk in and look for any clues.
Okay. You don't really find much more. It seems pretty undisturbed, and really just no. There's really no sign of struggle or anything. It seems to be just undisturbed and it's really just abandoned, if anything.
Alrighty. Next course of action. I have 2 more courses of action. I really hope I don't get to the last one. I'm gonna go to the like guard place.
Okay.
And whenever we get there,
Mm-hmm.
in the most calmest but obviously angry voice,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just start asking questions, just to get every single little bit of information I can out of them. How long was it like that? What do they know? Literally try to get anything out of them.
Okay. As far as they are aware, information they give you, just straightforward, especially knowing you, is it's been like that for probably about 2.5 weeks at this point. They have searched pretty much the whole place. They've searched through the rubble. They've searched around. They've searched for signs of what may have happened. Any signs of leaving, any signs of what arrived. But um, it happened overnight. Whatever happened, um, and basically the pretty much kind of fending off like a main attack, but they got to the orphanage, kind of ransacked it, and kind of similar to what Phelan was saying was basically there's no sign of whether the people there were killed per se, but they have no other signs on them either. So at this point, after thoroughly kind of looking about and trying to pick up on any kind of hints or anything, they've more or less just kind of right now they kind of have them set up as missing, but they're starting to wonder if maybe they lost their souls, kind of like the shadow creatures normally have, or have just been taken somewhere and, you know, finished off.
Do they tell
Hey.
me that last bit?
Yes, they tell you everything.
Cool. Uza's gonna give a slight smile and say, I hope for everyone's sake that's not true. He's gonna walk away.
Okay.
How when we were at the home, how what do the other houses look like? Like around it, like the neighbors and stuff.
Honestly, they look mostly undisturbed. There may be like a little bit of wear and tear on them from previous attacks, but it seemed like the main focus was the orphanage. And the guards also made you aware that the attacks stopped when the orphanage got destroyed. They have yet to have an attack, at least from these specific creatures.
Ace.
Mhm.
How long ago did Uza go fucking Super Saiyan?
It's funny that you asked that. About 2.5 weeks ago.
um he- I'm gonna I'm gonna go back to the home
Hmm.
and politely, quote unquote, talk to the neighbors. Just do the same thing. Right now, Uza's just trying to get any information.
Okay. Asking them, you don't get much more information than you
Yeah.
did from the guards.
I assumed, but Uza's on a warpath.
Yeah, I got you. So, yeah, pretty much not much more than what the guards have told you. They were mostly just due to the fact that they're kind of more citizens than they are combat capable. They were more so just like kind of cowering for safety.
Fair.
So technically, they give you less information than the guards did.
Yeah, I figured, but like I said, okay. I'm assuming the party followed Uza everywhere. I just kind of saw him doing all this random
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Amira's basically just following you and letting you have it out.
He's just gonna turn to the party. He has not put on his glasses yet. Depending on if you're close enough, where is it? I got a picture for this. Do. You pretty much got two of these staring at you.
We're getting meme mugged by fucking by fucking Uza over there.
Yeah,
Scary.
he's not being aggressive towards you, and he's trying his best to be as nice as he can at this point. And he's just gonna say, just very curt. He's no longer doing the long sentences. Let's go find an inn.
Let's go find what?
An inn. A tavern. A place to rest.
Alright.
Because I'm assuming I've been doing this for like the last couple of hours.
Yeah, roughly. Okay, so you go find a place to rest up.
But it's obviously because it's me. There's obviously gonna be something happening at night.
Okay,
He needs to get some steam blown off.
gotcha. Okay, I can do. All right. So you all find yourself a nice little inn. Kind of hunker up in there and get to rest. Of course, Uza, unless you're just not sleeping at all, it does take you a shorter time to rest than everybody else. So
Yeah, I was gonna just rest later, if not at all.
Gotcha. So you all get yourselves finally in a comfortable bed. Much more comforting than it has been. Um, as you all go to sleep. Uza, not even bothering to sleep at all. You wait a bit and then
Oh, I
start.
probably tell them that I'm gonna head out.
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah, Uza's not caring. He's very deliberately being like, "Yeah, you go to bed. I'll be back."
okay. So Uza's heading off again. Everyone's aware of it. Everyone's letting him. Yeah. Nay.
Yeah.
I don't have it in me to question him.
I mean, I just be careful. Do you want us to come? One of us to come with you? I don't feel like you should go alone.
Do you want to go to the pits with me?
Oh, what? Like fighting? Oh,
I'm gonna take that as a no.
I'll watch. I'm already not getting enough sleep. I'm already like the gross mess. You know what?
The
We've got
one
a
time
bunch
you
of
get a
sweaty
nice
people.
soft bed and everything, I guess I'll go with you.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'll go with you. I'm not fighting, but I'll watch it.
Alrighty. I guess Beau comes with me.
Okay. So Beau, you're going with Uza.
Yes.
I would like to do one thing.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to bag of tricks. I'm hoping I pull something small. I want to send them with something small in case we need to get, over there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm willing to pull. Besides, about to sleep anyway.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll from your bag of tricks.
He gets a fucking elk.
Giant badger.
Yeah, how do I? Can I roll a die?
Should be able just to roll it or click on it and it'll do it for you.
That's what I did.
Did you roll a giant badger?
Fucking no.
No, maybe not. Just roll me d8. Same difference. Ooh, you got
like he
a
was
giant
got
badger.
Giant
There's now a giant badger. You got 2 more, right?
Yep.
So if you want to roll 2 more, you can. See if you get something smaller. You got a
badger.
normal badger.
You know what? Fuck it. Let's do one more just to see. Shits and giggles.
And
A
you got a
giant
giant
rat.
rat.
Okay, I send them with the rat.
Okay.
A giant rat?
I'm assuming.
It's
How long?
smaller than a badger.
I was gonna say it's
Yeah,
probably
it's
about the
smaller
size of like a
than-
cat.
I would say it's like a little bit smaller than a cat, but yeah, just about roughly. How long do these last again? Until they die, right? Let's see if it's can be used next time.
Or the next dawn, I think.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. So I'm assuming you're just telling the rat, like, if anything goes wrong, just come back to them. Or to you guys.
I'm gonna give it the command to follow Beau. Like to listen to Beau.
Okay. Beau, you now have a rat next to you.
Have a pet rat.
I was just talking about how gross it is down here, and then you were like, you want a little bit.
Did you want the badger?
You're fitting in great in the Shadowfell scene.
Oh,
Beau, you
don't
have a choice:
say
a
that,
giant
Ben.
badger, or a rat.
I'll take. Okay. Alright. Beggars
The
can't
choice
be
is yours,
choosers.
friend.
I'll take the rat. Okay. I'm
I'll
sorry.
take the giant badger. Okay, we have a rat now, Beau. You are on a spiral of becoming very nasty.
I know. It's
You become-
terrible.
Call Beau a rat.
Steven has a friend now, dude. Oh my god, you're getting closer and closer to being a part of Shadowfell with me, dude.
You're blending right in.
Yeah, I've never been to the pits, as you called it.
Don't worry about it. And he heads off.
Okay, I guess I'm following.
And we sleep.
Okay, so Eris and Amira back and sleep.
Come here,
Beau,
Eris, let's cuddle.
No,
Are you still mad at me?
just a little bit.
I'm sorry. I protected all of us. I'm so sorry.
I think we would have been
Eris.
fine if I got to keep my armor.
Eris puts
Ooh.
Amira into a chokehold.
The cuddle of death.
Like, oh, you want to cuddle, huh? How about this?
You come back in the fucking in the morning, you just see fucking Amir in a full Nelson.
All right. Beau and Uza, the glass boys, the glasses boys. You guys are heading out. Uza's leading you, Beau. Oh yeah. Okay, so as you are making your way down, Uza guiding Beau to the pits, basically you're kind of describing it to Beau, just kind of like letting him know what it's like. Basically, Beau, Uza is describing what is like more or less a like an underground fighting pit where like just about anything's allowed. He even tells you stories about how like people have like actually died down here. So
He probably mentioned some of them by his hand.
yeah. So Uzo's definitely taken a few lives. Some other people have perished from other opponents, and it's
But-
it's just a 2 enter 1 leaves kind of situation for the most part.
But you gotta like sign up to fight, right? It's not like you just walk in there and it's a free for all, or
I haven't been there in a couple months.
I just like to think Uzo just like shrugs.
I mean, kind of. He hasn't been here in a couple months. For all he knows, he could change up some rules.
I mean, I can defend myself. I'm
You
not.
have to sign up, right?
You just go in there swinging, like
Uza never did. He just went in there and started kicking ass.
yeah.
Yeah. He walks up to the door. Are you signing up? There's a sign up sheet.
All right. Anyway, guys are kind of making conversation. As walking through the night, both of you.
He still has yet to smile. About
The both of you actually stop because somebody calls out to you guys. It was a bit of traveling, and you're actually getting pretty close to the pits, but you hear a gentleman from behind. Same for you, Beau. He's kind of shouting out loud, but all he says is, Oh, there you are, Red Eyes. If you kind of like turn back to look, you simply just see what appears to be a um, a cloaked figure, and he's not necessarily impressively sized. How big is Beau again?
5'11".
So yeah, he's about roughly the same size as Beau, maybe even a little shorter than Beau, maybe by like an inch or two. So this guy might be like 5'9". Um, but you can see he basically just shouts that out, referring Uza to you as Red Eyes, as he stands there, kind of like hands and kind of like hands in his cloak pockets, um, and like the only thing you can make out from the distance you're at is this like kind of like stringy white hair that seems to um, like drope or kind of like hang past the cloak. He's got long hair, but other than that, you can't make out any other details on him.
Is this another one of your friends?
How far away is he?
I'd say probably like 60 feet. He's like pretty much down the street as he called out to you.
I'm gonna start walking towards him.
Okay.
I'm following.
As start walking towards him, he actually does the same, but like a little slower. It's kind of more of like a gait as he like very slowly takes a step and another step. He's all like, um, it took a bit of time. Wasn't sure if you were going to return here or not. I'm a little excited to see you here, actually.
Well, I'm getting closer. Do I recognize him?
No. You don't know who this is, Uza. Because technically you were not Uza when you guys saw him.
Not Uzo when we saw him.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean Beau recognizes him?
Yeah.
Roll me history check, bro.
I'm just
Uh-oh.
trying to think of someone who had long white hair. Who had long white hair?
Oh, bro.
What? What?
Oh man, this is almost
Uh-oh.
like comical and like poetic on my end. I love it. To me, at least, not
What?
to you guys, but to me. Um,
What?
hey, Beau, you were with Vale, weren't you, that one time? Remember the
Yeah?
gentleman that orchestrated the destruction of your town, basically?
Yes?
This is him.
What? Wait, what? Hold on.
This is
Hold on.
Eric?
This is who?
Second in command?
This is
No,
Is this the racist?
this is the gentleman in the sewers that summoned everything.
Wait, then I was
Oh,
there.
he was in
I
he was
the
an
one that
elemental, right?
there.
Yes, he was.
I was not there. I
That
was not
was
there. That was
Oh, okay.
Eris.
that was Eris.
Oh, it was theirs?
So
Okay, okay. My bad.
so I don't recognize him.
So yeah, I guess you technically would not recognize him.
The
Well,
audience would
or did
recognize him.
Vale? Oh,
The audience would fourth wall break.
wait. I wouldn't be surprised if Vale would have done some kind of illusion though to show us like, oh, it looked like this.
Oh no,
But
he
I'm not
did.
sure
He
how
absolutely
accurate.
did. No,
I think
actually,
he did.
he absolutely did. I remember this now. So you would recognize him, Beau.
Okay. As soon as I like grab like Uza's arm, like hold up, and that rat thing, I'm gonna be like, go get the girls, like
Okay. It like
tell
you see it.
them that there's the thing.
Yeah, it kind of like raises its nose to you, and then like hops off and starts scampering towards the inn. He kills it. No, I'm just kidding.
Power word kill.
It's like, where do you think you're going, rat?
Power word gun.
Yeah. All right,
I
Uzi,
mean-
you still walking towards him?
I mean, if we're just walking,
Well,
Wait a
Beau
minute.
like grabbed Uza like to try and like stop him as soon as like Beau recognized who this guy
The
is.
question is are you letting him stop you, Usa, or are you just gonna keep
How
going?
close are we together?
I'd say you're like 50 feet at this point. You haven't covered a lot of distance.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give Beau a quick look
I know who that is.
and then keep walking forward. And who might you be?
Uso, what?
Not you, the guy.
No. Oh, I did. Wait.
I know who
Hold
you
on,
are. I'm
I-
asking who
I
the
know.
guy is.
Oh, I thought you asked. I thought you just ignored me and walked towards the guy and said, "And who might you be?" to the guy.
Oh, I did do that. Yeah.
That's exactly
No,
what you
that's
did.
correct. Yes.
This is
Oh shit.
like you're asking the guy,
Yeah, I'm asking the guy who he is.
bruh.
What do you mean, bruh?
It's not like you know who it is, Beau.
I just said I know who that is. That's what I just said.
Okay, what's his name?
Okay, I don't know his name, and I'm not first name basis,
Exactly.
but like,
Okay, so you look back to him, start keep walking, but Uza, as yeah.
I will
so-
slow down my gait just slightly, but not enough.
Okay. As he looks back up to you, or kind of holds his gaze with you, and basically just calls out, "Dretha, my name is Dretha."
Too long.
Know it.
He's gonna say that out loud. It's name's too long.
Well, it won't matter too much for too much longer.
Meaning?
Meaning I have a job here. A job I'm looking to get done.
You gonna stay theatrical? I'm really in no mood. And I'm gonna start moving up until like we're within 30 feet of each other.
Okay.
And make sure to keep that distance. Like maybe slightly closer, but not more than that.
Okay. I have been blessed with power, and I'm here to test it out. You know, it was specifically designed to be, well, to handle you. Unfortunately, I may not get the chance to test that out. The rat is booking it. He is scampering as fast as he can. With that being said, he starts to step forward, kind of closing the distance a little bit.
Would you say we're around 30 feet now?
Yeah, just about.
I'm gonna say and I'm gonna tell him and why not. And then once he gets roughly like 20 feet away from me, since we long rested since the last time I teleported,
Mhm.
I'm gonna like wait until he answers. But if he gets within 20 feet before he answers, I'm gonna teleport behind him and like put him in a headlock, or at least attempt to.
Okay. So what did you say to him? Oh, and he said, "Am I not?" Right?
And why not? Yeah, because he was talking about like he has power he might not be able to use against me. If he answers, yep.
Because I was ordered to do something else. As much as I hate to say it, we have an objective. I would love to sit here and have a fight with you, Uza, because I'm pretty sure I would come on top. Unfortunately, we have different plans. He just keeps stepping up. Now like 25 feet at this point.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep walking towards him to close that distance faster. But yeah, at the moment it's 20 feet. I'm gonna keep talking to him, just try to figure out more stuff. Like, so, and plans being kind of making it like you're being a real cuck here. Like, come on.
He basically describes that as he steps closer, that so far everything has been with the assistance of him. So pretty much things that have happened here so far in Shadowfell, he's been helping with, and is probably half the reason that it has happened. He's responsible for it, half of it at least.
Oh no.
I'm just gonna keep him talking, basically, and like I said, I'm guessing like another two steps for both of us. I'm gonna try to put him in a headlock by teleporting behind him.
You sly dog, you got me monologuing.
Yeah, the moment the moment Beau sees Uza do anything, he's gonna try and sort of assist with the headlock by doing this, which means I can try and cast command. I don't know if it'll work on him, but I'm at the ready.
You cast it, he's immune.
He might be, but
You better spells, Beau.
I know. Okay.
Okay. So that being said, get a little closer. Uza, you teleport. Go ahead and roll me an athletics check, Uza.
Doop. Oh, I rolled that.
Whew, 23.
It doesn't matter anyway. Cool.
Mm-mm-mm. All right, so let me roll for him. Whoops. Wrong thing. Oh. Okay. So Uza, you teleport as you come around, you kind of put him into his headlock. Kind of like grab a hold and like kind of wrap your arm around, kind of using all your strength. Um uh that's all I can think about. Uza, actually, I'll say Beau, probably to your horror first, but then a little bit for you too, Uza. You like grab a hold of him, but he seems like unfazed slightly as he quite literally kind of like takes his hands, kind of like grabs a hold of like your forearms and just quite literally starts to like pry your arms open.
Oh my
So
god.
yeah, he's quite literally like pulling Uza's strength back. I
Can
assume now
I?
you're trying to command Boo. Boo.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and command and tell him to like basically submit, like stop, like
Yeah,
don't
well,
do that.
once I notice you're trying to prime a thing, could I rage
Sure.
to try to like get this
Also,
hold on?
it's not a matter of he's trying, like he's doing. Like
Well,
he's
yeah, but like, I'm assuming he's an asshole, so he's doing it slowly to show how powerful he is.
really not so much. No, he's just kind of like pulling for like it's kind of like it's not fast, but it's not slow. Like he's definitely you're not grappling him. He's starting to like pull you free off of him. And this is like literally like I assume Uze, you're probably using a majority of your strength trying to
Yeah,
like pin him down.
yeah, and then like
Um,
once I feel him pulling away, I would like to rage to try to like force it.
sure. Does it? I don't think it gives you any advantages on your strength stuff, if I'm not mistaken.
I have no clue, but for flavor.
Ah, fair enough, fair enough. So yeah, you go into a healing rage, trying to like um keep it like pinned down. Beau, you go. What does he have to roll for that?
I don't know. I don't actually have the command spell. This is from my subclass. Hold up.
Okay, if you
Wisdom.
click it on the thing,
I
like
think
on
you
the
can,
thing, it
yeah.
says
Yeah,
command.
I
If you just
did.
Yeah,
click
you
it,
can.
Wisdom.
See experience, wisdom. This is where you learn he's undead.
Ugh.
No, I'm kidding.
oh,
I'm kidding.
oh no!
Okay, wisdom. So, what's he gonna be?
17.
Can he beat it?
Just beat it, beat
But he
it.
has to roll.
What'd you say? 17?
Yes.
He succeeds. He rolled a base 18. So unfortunate. Um, he succeeds as he like pries forward at Uzo. You put like all your rage into it. You're like, you literally, Beau, are watching Uzo's like his muscles are like straightening, they're like bulging, even like maybe like a few veins kind of popping out. And this man is just like effortlessly just kind of like pulling it off. And then he basically, like he said before, um, he wanted to do more, but since he's on a mission, you see, there is like this this amulet that he has, Beau, that you now see as he's like pulling apart. His cloak kind of opens up. You can see there's like this. How would I describe it? What's the shape? It's kind of like it just looks like a point almost, kind of like like an obelisk kind of shape. If you can kind of imagine what that looks like, just like a small like white like
Mhm.
obelisk shape on the end of his necklace. Um, and it's probably like it probably is just a little bit bigger than like the palm of your hand for a size reference. As he kind of like you see he like flares and kind of like pushes Uza off of him to both of your surprise. Because again, Uza is the strongest one in your party. Um, he just basically takes his left hand, kind of grabs a hold of that amulet and kind of like twists around and Uza basically he just kind of like pricks you with it. Like it's not like it doesn't damage per se. Like you don't take actual like health damage. It quite literally feels like you're getting poked by like a toothpick, if anything. Um, uh, but he kind of like stabs it into you. I'll say basically like he kind of like wraps around and like kind of like a dagger, just kind of like drives it into like your bicep, your whatever the opposing bicep would be. Um, and it's like a sharp pinch, but a moment passes as you suddenly feel
I got a question for you.
mhm.
Are you considering that as an attack hit?
No, not well. I guess technically it would be, but there's no roll to it. Are you?
Yeah, I know. I just wanted because he technically attacked me. I would like to immediately attempt to attack him back.
Yeah, absolutely. Roll my attack.
I don't have snappy. What's an armor striking in?
It'll be your strength plus your because you are a brutalist. You are uh d20 plus strength plus proficiency will be your
Yeah.
unarmed attack. Blah, blah.
So I mean, I could just do it technically a saving throw because that's what it is, right?
Yes, that should be right.
Yeah. Just to make it easier.
Oof.
Wow! Wow!
Oh.
Oof. That's rough, buddy. Damn. Um, yeah, no, you basically with your other hand, you like rear around, and it's kind of like a Dragon Ball Z moment. You like punch him in the jaw, but it does nothing. Like hits him right there, and he just kind of like smiles back. Um, as you feel like this surge, um, and your body feels dreary real quick. Like the energy has just been kind of drained out of you, Uza. Um, as you quickly go from being completely fine to just exhausted. As he holds it for a second, you feel your legs start to kind of wobble. As you pull back, he kind of pulls it free. As you kind of like stumble back, Uza, and then just kind of hit the ground.
Oh my
Beau,
god! Wait.
you watch Beau as he takes the amulet back. Beau, during that encounter, what you see before you, and it literally happened in like seconds. You watch this man zip around. He stabs Uza with this item, and Uza throws a punch, but you watch the punch do nothing, absolutely nothing to him. And probably the scariest part about it, Beau, which Uza didn't get to recognize, but for you, you watch Uza's aura drain away. This big, lumbering cloud of power starts to suck away and pull into the amulet until it just seems to completely dissipate before Uza stumbles backwards and falls as he then takes it and kind of tucks it away. And merely seems to look kind of back towards you, Beau.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Am I conscious or unconscious now?
You're unconscious right now.
Okay.
Oh my god.
It's pretty much the same of when you beat the false Hydra. You now hear Uza snoring now.
Okay. Well, I know that the girls are gonna be coming. I'm gonna try
Yeah.
and polymorph him. It's a wisdom saving throw, but if I can turn him into like a frog, then maybe I'll be okay, and I can just take the necklace off of the ground, and it will be okay.
Doesn't it meld to him because he's wearing it?
Oh
Yeah.
wait, the target's gear melds into the new.
At this point, yeah, Amira, there's a big fat rat that like jumps in. It's like squeaking and like runs out, starts like nibbling on your like pant leg and starts like yanking and pulling and squeaking.
Wake up!
Oh shit! It's a rat!
You can hear Eris, if she wakes up from it, can fucking hear Beau just.
So you shake Eris awake.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah!
Okay, shake her awake. The rat immediately starts like running towards the door.
Eris, we gotta go to danger. Let's go.
Okay, I guess.
Yeah, there's no way polymorph's gonna work, but I'm gonna try it anyways. Because if I can turn him into like a little harmless frog, then at least that's a little bit less scary. I don't think that he can pick me with the necklace if it melds into him, right?
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Right, he's gonna be 17. Let's see.
Yep.
I'm so sorry, Beau.
Yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna work, but I mean,
You cast your spell. It doesn't seem to have any effect. As he turns, looks to you, he's now walking towards you, Beau.
Yep, okay. Well, I can't just. I can't. I'm not gonna just leave Uza, but I can't do anything. Why are all of mine wisdom saving throws? Every single spell I have.
Because you're a bard.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Isn't it your like second stat? It's wisdom.
Bonus action. Okay.
He closes the distance about 15 feet away from you, Beau.
Yeah, I'm trying to like back away and like keep my distance, but not leave Uza. So
start running in circles. Just loop him.
Circles. Yeah.
CBD, just loop him. Just throw on a pallet. It's fine.
He's probably just gonna be panic, like casting command as much as he can because that doesn't use any spell slots. So he's just like, stay back. Like that's all he's doing.
Pocket sand.
He throws the spike, stabs it. No, I'm kidding. To a little relief, Beau, he like closes the distance, but as you like back off and like go around, he does not seem too interested in you, as he just simply continues on and then begins to take off and kind of leave.
I'm trying to shake Uza awake, like, Uza, oh my god.
Uza is out cold.
Yeah, but he's snoring, so he's
Yeah,
alive.
he is alive. Yeah, he's very much alive. Some time passes as you're like trying to shake him awake. A few minutes before Amira and Eris show up, you guys pretty much come up to the scene with Beau and or Beau over a sleeping Uza. And you notice, very similar to the false Hydra time, his aura cannot be seen right now. It is gone.
What the hell happened?
There was this guy. He was the same guy that you were with, Vale. When my village, well, when Reprise's village was attacked, he was one of the people that was like working with that racist guy and
Like the
transform
guy
into him. I have shape changed.
the guy we saw in the sewers?
Yes, he looked like this. Transform into
Oh.
him.
Oh shoot.
And he had this necklace and just it was like Uza couldn't hit him. He tried hitting.
Yeah, he overpowered Uza, and Uza couldn't do anything.
He was gone, and then he just onto the ground.
So
Where
Beau
did he
basically
go?
explains what happens.
But he didn't.
Oh, no.
Which way did he go?
He points. He's
I immediately flying in that direction.
wait. Don't just. What are you doing? Did you
Amira.
just hear me?
I would also like to roll stealth.
Sure.
Oh, the wrong page. Stealth.
24. Okay.
Use the buildings to like cover or something.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a perception check as well, Amira. But yeah, so Beau explains the situation to you guys, Eris as well, since you were kind of left behind with Amira flying up. Amira, you flying out, staying as stealthy as you can, doing pretty well. With perception check, basically all you get is there's a spike of aura for a moment, and then it's gone. And as you kind of like fly around and investigate and look around, you don't pick up on any sign of anything. Kind of doing a kind of a quick search around, fly around. You don't pick up on any sign of it, other than that occasional spike that you saw. Other than that, it stays relatively quiet.
So the spike just happens once.
Yes.
I'm flying back to the group.
Okay. Fly back, Amira.
Why did you do that?
Yeah, Beau and Eris is there over Uza, who's just sleeping now. He's conged out.
Well, I did it to try and see where the fuck he was going.
Did you see where he was going?
No, there was a spike in aura and then gone.
Maybe he
Probably
teleported?
teleported.
It's my best guess.
So
What are we gonna do about Usa?
guess
Bring him back, probably.
can we wake him up?
I tried. I
How's
mean,
he?
you can try.
Yeah, Beau's been trying for like the last 15 minutes now.
I'm gonna slap him.
87. Nothing.
I'm pretty sure this is the same situation after, that one encounter that shall not be named.
It certainly seems like it. I just. How.
Hold on, how long did that take him to recover from? It was like a day or two? Or was it a week?
Basically, yeah, just a long rest, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, I never would have imagined that that guy had anything to do with. I mean, he's got knowledge of, the unbalance in our
It
auras.
makes
That-
that actually makes a bit of sense.
It does?
Well, when Pierceford was attacked, I mean, they had the what's his name? Eric had uh that wizard group. Oh my
Council
god,
of
my
Power?
brain is not working right now. That wizard, yes, the Council of Power.
Oh boy.
Just weird. Those two brothers,
You kind
and
of
one
cut
of them
out.
was evil.
Oh dear.
I still say it was the redhead.
Was the redhead the evil one? I thought it was not the not
No.
redhead.
As a player, no, I know who it is. As Amira, no, she's convinced the redhead.
Interesting. Hal, are you still there? Hal's gone.
But if they all work together, I guess it's not too surprising. I think
Well, who's
everyone's evil and everyone's working with this unbalance. And honestly,
Thank you, Hal.
I
Thank you for
believe
your
in you.
input.
I believe in you, Beau.
Oh god.
hello? Uh-oh.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Are you there?
What happened?
You back?
You started explaining everything, and it just sounded like really disconnected rambles.
Well, wait, what was I explaining? Because I kind of forget what I said.
You were talking
Council
about
of
how
Power, yada yada yada. Everyone's working together.
evil, everyone's working together.
Everyone's evil, you were saying?
That's why you think
Yeah.
it makes sense that he just knows.
Yeah, that's basically the gist of it.
Alright. So what do we do about this?
Well, guess we just take Uza back to that inn that we were staying in. Since there's, well, dangers at night.
I mean, is it okay to just let that guy just do what he wants?
Well, I mean, we're going to deal with him eventually. He seemed, well, he said he had plans. And I wouldn't be
Okay,
surprised if those plans have to do with what we're already here for.
but then I don't love the idea that we can't do anything about it.
It was really scary seeing that Uza couldn't even lay a punch on him. I mean, he landed the punches, but they didn't do anything.
What is our
I don't
plan?
even think the guy even tried to dodge.
What is our plan for when we wake up tomorrow?
I don't know, but I have another idea of where he might have gone.
Where?
Well, didn't the guard and all them say that the attack stopped the night the orphanage got attacked?
Yes.
Maybe it's because there's something at the orphanage that was keeping them from attacking.
That's an interesting theory.
Whatever happened at that orphanage may be key.
Maybe.
Because either whatever it is scared off the enemy, or is preventing the enemy.
out of character, I think I put the puzzle pieces together, which is bad.
Can't put
I'm
them
guess-
together that quick.
Well, oh,
That's illegal.
but can I say?
What's your theory?
Yeah, what's your theory? What you got?
Okay.
What's the theory, Hal?
Well,
Huh?
we know that like Uza's aura was like protecting the kids during the false Hydra situation. And probably his aura has continued to be protecting the kids.
That's true. I forgot about that.
He just took the aura.
Keeping them from being like actually harmed. I'm guessing these bad guys, well, they needed Uza's aura to basically sneak past Uza's aura that is protecting the kids. Like, oh, they'll fight anything unbalanced related, but they'd let in Uza just fine. So if he stole Uza's aura, he can use Uza's aura to destroy Uza's aura in a very. Does that make sense? I
Does
think I'm
that
not
mean that
talking in a way
Uza
that
is
makes
essentially
sense.
just Sleeping Beauty until we can, like, defeat that guy?
Well, everything cut out, so I don't know.
Give me a gift.
Don't give me a kiss.
But that's my theory, that they needed Uza's aura to get past Uza's
That's an interesting theory. I kind of like that theory. I think it makes sense.
from being completely destroyed. Otherwise, I think they would have done that already.
What if
Did
we
I
take
cut
the
out
aura
a
to hurt
bunch?
the aura? Yeah. No, we
Okay.
heard you.
Okay. That's my theory.
What if we take the aura and move it somewhere
Somewhere
else?
What?
So here's my
Okay.
question.
Nope.
Have any of us tried to get in contact with our own auras on purpose?
I don't think so.
Maybe
you
we
said-
should have tried at some point.
So I feel like tonight would be a great night.
Someone talked with their aura. Both of you talked with your auras, didn't you?
You did too, Beau.
Yeah.
did? When?
I think it was when you died.
Yeah. Well, technically you didn't talk with them, but you did see him.
Okay, everyone cut out, so I have no idea when.
When you died, Beau, you didn't
When
talk
you
to him, you
died-
saw him.
You saw him, but you didn't talk to him.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't have a conversation with that aura.
We are
Nobody
about
has
to.
seen him.
I don't.
Yeah.
He was like just a shining light.
Oh.
It was a little
Auras,
ball of
but-
sunshine.
Okay, no, not. They look like things.
Okay. So,
Everything's cutting out, and I can't hear anything.
don't worry,
I
don't
think
worry about
everybody went silent that time, pal. I don't think it was you.
Oh,
Man, did Hal say something? He hasn't said anything in a while. Okay.
Sorry, Hal. We love you.
Gotta give Hal a
Promise.
fucking aneurysm.
Anyway, so for the sake of it, you guys gather up Uza, make your way back as the place seems to be
I'm losing my mind.
quiet. Seems to quieten down as hard as it may be. You take a rest, finish up your long rest. You're a little worried at first, but thankfully, Uza does wake up. However, he is missing Aura still.
So he still basically looks like he's a dead body?
No, he's Uza.
Yeah, well, I know, but like from an aura perspective, he shouldn't be alive.
Yeah, from an Aura perspective, it's like a commoners basically now.
Oh, okay.
It's itty bitty tiny.
He became an NPC.
Oh no. The
Hey,
worst
stop.
fate.
You violated the law.
Oh man,
Hard to use
Yeah.
his socks. Put it back.
Uza's just gonna wake up and be like, "So, how's the weather?"
Who the fuck are you guys?
I mean, if nothing changed about me besides my aura being lost, it was just probably shooting up from his vest. So where's that Goldilocks looking fuck?
Yeah, no, nothing. Pretty much nothing changed about you, Uza. Other than the fact that you probably have like a headache, but other than that, you're Uza.
So yeah, he's like doing exactly that. He's just doing like the fucking zombie, just straight sit up. He's like, where the fuck is that Goldilocks looking fuck?
Good morning, sunshine.
We don't know.
We don't know, but we have an idea.
You're not gonna like it.
I don't think he's gonna like no matter what.
That's
But I think
true.
this is a more favorable plan for him.
Is it?
You gonna
Uza, why don't
say
we go
it,
back
or
to
you
the
just gonna
orphanage?
fucking start talking to each other like?
Why don't we go back to the orphanage?
Okay. What story are we
What?
on?
What?
He's gonna jump out the goddamn window.
Ace, what floor are we on?
Technically, it would be a second story.
So that's like what, 15 feet?
Yeah, give or take.
Damn.
You would take a d6 of damage.
It's a whole D6, dude. Out of my like 300 health.
Yeah,
You're
it could be
fucking nearing
detrimental.
on death's door there, bud.
Could be the difference between life and death, honestly.
Yeah, which is actually not wrong.
It's where you learn you have like 10 HP right now.
No rip.
No.
Oh, Hal's dying.
That's okay. We'll go ahead and probably wrap it up there as you get back up, Uza, and you guys get ready for your next plan of action. Before we leave, I don't know if Hal can hear us or not, but we will finish off with a small bit of a cutscene here.
Yes.
More lore.
It's about Uza's kids. No more kids.
It's bad lore.
You think Ooze is scary now?
Rage, fucking rage.
All right. So the scene opens up to a scene that you have seen before. Basically, it is the quarters of Synopsis. As he's doing his work, you can see he's actually working in session with Lila, who had begrudgingly agreed to work for him. As she's offering his power, and he is mixing his. As they did pretty much perform a little test, you could see that with Lila's power, they were able to essentially destroy a section of the astral sea. As he takes this information in strides, begins to work on a few other things as time passes before eventually same gentleman that just dealt with Uza comes striding in, um, very happy as he calls out to Synopsis saying that he was able to do it. He obtained Uza's aura, and just like he said, um, the power that Synopsis had gifted him was more than enough. So basically congratulating him and kind of bringing him over. Synopsis takes he takes the amulet that he used to capture Uza's aura and kind of takes a look at it, and you can see it seems to be bursting with small bits of Uza's energy. You can see the like kind of kind of worn, like red energy that's kind of emanating off of it. As Synopsis orders Dritha to take a kneel, which he very eagerly does. Synopsis kind of comes up, and you can see he kind of lifts his head, and with the amulet, you see he takes like this obelisk shape, and then just kind of like presses it to Dritha's forehead before just kind of like um, digging it in. It kind of like pushes in and like pierces. As you see, Dritha gets hit with this kind of like wave of energy as it takes like a sharp intake of breath, kind of unexpecting. Um, as the aura kind of like erupts, and you can see um, it kind of like racks his body as his body begins to kind of convulse, and you can see Synopsis seems to be watching in a like testing manner to see if this is something that would actually work or not. As Dritha's body begins to, it falls back and starts to convulse a bit more as it's racked with this kind of like immense power of aura. You can see his body starts to like physically change, which ultimately is causing this like mixture of like burning and just ache that seems to rack his body. Um, before finally it seems to stop as the amulet goes, or the obelisk kind of goes still, empty of energy, as Synopsis watches curiously to um, see if it worked or not. And you can see he's gained a little bit of bulk to his body, a little bit of muscle. Um, Nothing too dramatic, but enough that he definitely physically changed as he um, very quickly takes like a sharp intake of breath, kind of coughs a bit, even more so to where he kind of vomits off to the side before he slowly drags himself up as Synopsis kind of gives a slight smile to see that it had worked better than he thought. And he lets Dritha know at this point that his power was enough to deal with Uza, and now his power is enough to deal with all of them. And that is where we will end tonight's session.
That's not good.
All right, square up, motherfuckers.
We've got the power of God and friendship on our side.
Well, he also
Well-
has the power of your friendship on his side.
Well, God's dead and he took our friendship, so
So
He
the
didn't
internet
take
has
our
been-
friendship. He can take the friendship out of. No
Yeah?
way. He can take us out of
Are
the
you-
friendship, but he can't take the friendship out of us.
Yeah, buddy.
You can take the ship out of our friends, but not the friends out of our ships.
Yeah, something like that.
You back, Hal?
Hal's
Nope.
not back. Hal's
Happy.
completely gone.
You
Oh,
back,
I
Hal?
was just
Oh, Hal?
apologizing for my internet.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Yay.
It's because
Um,
fucking Ali isn't streaming ponies no more.
Yeah, what the heck,
I know.
Ollie?
That's
Come on.
true. Where'd the ponies go, Ollie?
they're
Ali, where are the
done.
ponies?
They're done. What do you
Then
mean?
pull up more ponies. It's easy.
Ponies had to go to bed.
Yeah.
Okay, but there's more
Uh,
ponies. He's got YouTube.
If you didn't catch it, Beau, Uza's aura got stolen and put
It's
into
their
somebody
bedtime.
else.
It's also my bedtime. That might.
Loser mentality. It's a fucking Saturday.
I think Hal's barely here.
I am barely here.
It's a Saturday.
Here,
Why are you going to bed so early?
It's because I'm really tired too, honestly.
I'm really sorry. My internet's been weird. But what?
Cowards.
See y'all later. I'm
See ya.
sorry, my internet.
Goodbye.
Bye bye.
I'm probably also gonna leave after I end stream.